Hi, everybody. That awkward time where we're waiting for all of the ads and everything to play so people can get here and say hello and be like, all right. So I will get an intro at some point. But for now, here's some some, time elevator music. Hey, Jonah, why are you not here with me? Trader, again. I mean, it's my fault. I kind of keep doing this very spontaneously, going, hey, I want to go live. Let's just go live randomly. Exactly. Cue the elevator music. I was smart. I made tea before I went live today, rather than, starting without any caffeine and going, I hate my life. Well, once you're dressed, if you feel like joining at any point, let me know, because I plan on going until about 8 p.m. my time, hopefully. My plan for today for sprints and stuff is to do sort of between now and 4, we'll do 1 hour sprints, and then at 4 p.m. I'll do a 2-hour sprint, so that, food, and I can have chat with my uncle but still be live and not have to cut it off, and then come back at 6 and then do a couple more hours to round off the day. So yeah, best news. I also today, I was like, do you know what? It's Sunday. It's been really hot and I'm exhausted and I've had a couple of migraines this week. So I was like, I'm just going to lie in. And I didn't even get up till 10, which I know normally it's not uncommon for me to not even fall asleep until then. But I've actually been really good with my sleeping for about 3 weeks now. I've been in bed, if not asleep by 11 p.m., I've at least been in bed ready to sleep by 11. And I've been waking up anytime between sort of 6:30 and 9 a.m. So I've been really, really happy with that. I'm really proud of myself. So, actually got myself into a working order for once. Hello. Yeah, I just spontaneously was like, I'm going to go live. So, like I said, I'll be on pretty much all day, as long as this doesn't give out, or as long as the heat sun of death doesn't try to murder me. We're all good. Because today is due to be the hottest day of the year so far for us. It is due to hit 25 degrees, which in my house usually means my house temperature goes up to about 30 degrees. But we are also due thunderstorms, which, as you know, is a big trigger for my head. Even though I absolutely love thunderstorms, thunderstorms do not love me. So, we're just going to see how we get on. We're going to see how it goes. But yeah, it's all good. I just need to address this. Max, do we need to have an intervention? Because, for those of us in the Western hemisphere and the Western side of the world, just waking up sounds right. Because even here in the UK, it's only 11:30, not too bad. But it's like 8 p.m. for you. Do we need an intervention? I am honestly, the last 3-4 days, I don't know what's come over me, but I have been like a machine. I've been editing, I've been posting, I've been getting candles prepped, I've been doing business stuff. I read 2 books pretty much in a day each. In between, I did have quite a bad migraine at the start of this month that took 3 days to clear. And then obviously that left 2, 3 days of a bit of groggy, funky yuckiness. But then this past week, I've been absolutely on it. I even went out and did a bit of gardening the other day. Admittedly, I nearly passed out because I got too hot and I didn't stop when I felt myself get too hot. So that was a bit dumb. But yeah, I've been mostly good. It's just sort of in the evenings, I keep getting a bit stabby headed. But again, going to bed early has been helping that. So yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing? I hope everyone's okay and having, like, people think that sunny, bright weather like this is going to make me not great, but it's actually not true. As long as the sky is blue and clear, it's actually one of the best. Like, warm weather, bright, like blue sky is absolutely fine with my head. It's when it's like overcast and cloudy and the sky goes that really super bright white color or gray, that's when I'm pretty much guaranteed to be taken out. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, Max. I don't think Ren's here yet, but yeah. Ren, if you're seeing this, don't kill him. We like Max, remember? But yeah, okay. Eurovision, valid. I know Jonah and I'm not going to go into politics and all of that right now, but I know Jonah and I missed it this time. So, like, yeah, I just found it a bit hypocritical this year, and I was like, don't really want to support them this year. But, you know, next year, hopefully, I can go back to loving it. Yes, stable for now. Like, I do not expect it to stay stable. I do not expect it to, you know, continue to behave. But as long as it does, like yesterday, it was incredible. I went until I think 8 p.m. before I had to take any kind of form of painkiller. And I was like, what is this insanity? So, and even then, it was only because I went outside and did a bit of sweeping out in the patio bit. It was getting a bit dusty, so I just went out and swept. Solar-powered lizard brains also enjoying some increase in energy these days. Yeah, I find I really like the sun and the sunshine. I just don't like the hot bit that goes with it. So at the minute, our house is perfect. The way the front and the back door line up, there's a beautiful channel. And when you sat here, like, you are in the direct flow of that channel. I've not yet opened any of the doors because currently it's cooler, it's cooler indoors than it is outside. So I'm like, I'm not letting that heat in. But I can feel now the sun's coming around, it is starting to warm up. So I'm going to have to open the doors and get the fan on within the next sprint or the first sprint. So, like, I'm loving having the sunshine, not enjoying the hot that's coming with it. But definitely first thing in the morning, sort of 6, 7 a.m. when the sun's just coming up and it's just nice and comfortably warm, I get a cup of tea, sit outside, just enjoy the sun, soak it in. And you are incorrect on this one, because I have regularly been called a lizard because, as I said before, I don't naturally thermoregulate properly, which is why I overheat so easily. But on the other side, I also freeze. Like yesterday, it was 24 degrees. And at one point, I was sat wearing a jumper because the cool breeze was just a bit too cool in contrast. And my body went, oh, cool breeze, we need to cool right down. And it was like, no, we don't. No, we don't. It's still hot. And I find I think that's why I've been functioning so much better, is because obviously the sun has been helping with the vitamins and it's been helping with my migraines and it's been kind of boosting my energy and boosting my mood. And therefore I've been way more productive and on it. So next week, excuse me, when it's due to go stormy and rainy and crappy again, I can guarantee my productivity is going to go. Yes, we missed it on purpose. It was a boycott. I think I looked somewhere and it said something like they had a third less viewers than they normally do. And I'm like, it's not as much as I would have liked, but I think that's going to be a big hit for them to lose a third of their almost billion viewers worldwide. To lose a third of that's going to have a big impact on them. Yeah. I've just kind of kept out of it. I looked online at about midnight to see who won and went, oh, I have no idea who that is, and just went back to sleep. Also, I will be opening the doors and the windows. My neighbours are out in their garden and they have one volume, and that volume is the entire estate can hear them. So, I apologise if you hear that in the background, but I will also have the fan on, so hopefully. Yeah, no, I can't do. Like, I freeze, I overheat, I can't do anything above sort of 22, 23. If I'm sat doing nothing, I'm fine. Or if I'm just sort of sat here and I don't need to move around. But as soon as it involves, going into the car or going and doing some work or go shopping, I will overheat and die. Exactly. So hopefully, I don't know, hopefully next year they'll sort stuff out. Yes, I did see that. That's awesome. Yay for rep. Okay, so I want to get started on sprints. But first of all, now that we've had time for people to arrive and have a chat, we'll see. Let me know, what are you getting up to today? Are you reading? Are you doing productivity? Are you doing a little bit of both? Are you doing absolutely nothing? You're just going to procrastinate and play games or anything all day? I've got a little cycle of things I need to do. Last year, I was a judge on the BBMYA Awards, which is the Book Bloggers New and Young Adult Awards. Or something. I can never remember what the N is. But it's basically a big book award for indie and self-published writers and authors to submit their books, and then a panel of judges. We start off round one, we read sort of like a 2,000-word excerpt, and then by the time we get to the third round in sort of October, November, we read the entire book. And then in December, they announce the winner. Last year I did it. I loved it. The book that I read for it ended up being Book of the Year for me, and it came third overall in the whole competition. And there's something like 200 books that got shortlisted. So I'm currently working my way through the sort of 200, 250 book list that we've been given to work out which ones I'm wanting to apply for. So I'm nearly done with that. I'm now at about 60%. So by the end of today, that form I would like to get filled and sent. Then I've got some reading. So I've got Fake Dates and Mooncakes for Asian Readathon. I got to the halfway point yesterday. I'm really loving it. It's short, it's sweet, but there are really lovely cultural references in here. And the romance is super cute and wholesome. And I don't normally like reading teen romance, but these two are like sort of 17, 18, and it reads more like a mature teenager and it reads more like almost adult. So I think that's why I'm enjoying it, because it's not reading like a melodrama teenage angst. It's reading like young men who are on the verge of adulthood. Because that is one of my biggest gripes with YA. And certainly YA contemporaries, you've got like these 17, 18-year-olds acting like 12-year-olds. And it's just so much unnecessary drama. This so far hasn't been, and I've been really glad about that. And then I'm doing a buddy read with Chelsea, and I've got to start Zara because I'm actually late on it so far. I should be about 100 pages in, and I'm not even started. So I need to start that today. And I've got a middle grade that I'm reading for an upcoming vlog project. No! Oh, my bookmark's falling apart. But for an upcoming vlog project called Read It or Reap, which is coming out next week. Part 1 is coming out, and then Last Spell Breather is the first book for part 2. So I need to start that, because I've kind of set myself a challenge that when I pick the book, I have to start it within 48 hours. Otherwise, I roll a dice and then have to unhaul that number of books from the remaining ones in that pile. Yep. And I've also got 3 or 4 different things that I need to edit so I can clear off the video clips from my phone because my storage is gone. I'm 5 books behind on my 30 and 30 manga. So I've got a bunch of manga I need to read today. And I also would like to try and play a bit of Sims if I can. I basically need to become superhuman today to get all of that done. But we're not going to get any of that done without some reading. But yeah, let's go back through the comments. Starts to come alive around 20 degrees, starts to get a bit uncomfortable. See, I come alive around about 15, 16, as long as there's sunshine. And then I get uncomfortable about sort of yesterday, I was okay. The day before I was okay until we had to get in the car. And then I started to feel very unwell. So about 23, 24 is when I start to feel uncomfortable. By about 28, I am genuinely unwell. And then that year when it got up to, when I was in London and it was 36 degrees on the underground, within 30 seconds of being in the underground, I was really struggling to not throw up or pass out. So, good. See, everyone says that every year because, like, last year, everyone was like, oh, we were robbed. The year before that, everyone was moaning that Sam Ryder was robbed and that, I understand why Ukraine won and I'm fully in support of it. But at the same time, it was like our first opportunity to win in 20 plus years. God damn it. And unless we get an act like Sam Ryder, we are never going to come close to winning again. Because honestly, our entries, I don't know what they were thinking. Certainly last year, that wasn't a good entry. That just felt like an insult, really. And it's like, if you're going to pick someone, at least pick someone who can hold a note for longer than 3 seconds and stay in tune for longer than 2. I was a little bit salty about that. I'm just trying to fix this bookmark. There we go. So, yeah. Jonah, what are your options? Or is it going to be like last time where you just sort of sit and stare at your shells and hope that maybe eventually one of them's going to jump out at you? Oh. Never mind. That answers that one. Don't even know what I feel like reading. Just don't know what. Send help. I don't know. Blindfold yourself and then just pick a book and start reading it. I kind of, with the Read It or Reap project that I'm doing, I kind of like the fact that it doesn't matter what I am or am not in the mood for. If I pick a book, I have to read it. And so far, the one I ended up really not liking, but one of them I ended up loving. And I wasn't in the mood for it. And I wasn't really expecting to find it that good. And I ended up really loving it. So I'm like, oh, okay. And it's actually really helped to, on days when I don't know what I want to read, that's just been it. Roll a dice, do a random number generator, like put in 100 and then just count through your books until you get one. Then just set yourself the challenge. You have to start reading whatever you pick. Do something like that. Gonna read, keep it chill and quiet, see if I can fall asleep again soon. I hope so. Waiting on coffee. Gonna read some Intrigues by Mercedes Lackey. Ooh, I've heard of her. Why do I know that name? Oh, yeah. I recognize that series. Sounds like a plan. Hey, Brittany. How are you? Hope your day is literally super early, just starting, because it's like 7 a.m. for you. Well, nearly 8. Have you got any plans today? Or are you just going to sort of chill out on and hang out here for a bit? Hello to Brittany. Sounds cool. Can't wait to see. Yep. Yeah, so that it's a play on read it and weep. I was like, read it or reap. So like if you don't read the book, you have to reap some books and do a big unhaul. So it's cool. Yeah, I was kind of like, am I, because I saw Becca in the books is doing a similar project where it's like she's got all her overspill books, and she, if any of you have seen her channel and seen that project that she's been doing, and it kind of inspired me to do it. And I was like, but I want to kind of make my own version. So I've done books that have been on my shelves for the longest, books I'm not sure I even want to read anymore, and then any new books get added. And then the whole thing is you have to read the one that you pick. And I was like, well, I have ADHD and I have a severe demand avoidance problem. And if I pick a book and I don't want to read it in that moment, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to force myself to. So that's where I've added in the little extra punishment, because I'm like, I know that if I don't do it and there's going to be an active consequence, I know I'm more likely to pressure into doing it. And then for the first round, I didn't set myself a goal or a timer for when I had to start it. So it'd be like I'd pick the book and a week later I'd start reading it. And I'm like, well, that defeats the object of it having to be the next book I read. So that's where now I've set that little extra thing of it has to be started within 48 hours. Otherwise, that book has to be unhauled and I have to unhaul more. And it's like, uh-oh. And then what I've said is by the end of the year, by the time I leave for Australia, whatever books are still left on the stack, if they're not ones that I've bought this year, clearly they've been sat for long enough and I didn't get to them. They need to be cleared, because I would like, ideally, for when I leave, to not have any books sitting on my bedroom floor, because, you know, my TBR shelves have overspilled. That's the goal, is to get all of my books, like Becca's doing, try and get all of those books off the floor and onto shelves of some form. So we shall see. That's fair. I don't like how some people are saying like that the jury, as I think you even mentioned it as well, that the jury went with Switzerland over Croatia because they know that Switzerland's already built and got things that they can use. And I'm like, yeah, but Croatia have got like football stadiums and things. They would have found a way. I don't like taking it from someone purely because you're like, oh, I don't know if they can afford it. It's like, well, they wouldn't enter the contest if they didn't think that they could do it, surely? I don't know. I have no idea what that is. I'm assuming it's Eurovision. Good luck. You can do this. Editing, reading, cleaning, parenting plans. That is fair. I was going to say, if you're not on parenting duties today, feel free if you want to join. But I imagine you being the weekend, you probably do have parenting. Fake deadlines, but it's not really a fake deadline. It actually is a deadline. So, you know. We love to hate them. We need them to function. What happy stress free. It's like, weirdly, teaching was actually really good for me in the way that it was so regimented with the times. So it was like I couldn't procrastinate on my planning in my free periods because I knew I only had 50 minutes. So it was like, you know, I can't just sit around and procrastinate and take my time and fart around. I've got to just get in and get started because I have less than an hour to get everything ready. And it kind of, and in the lessons, it was great because it was like I knew every lesson was structured in a certain way. And it was really, really good for me in terms of sticking to deadlines, but really, really bad for me in every other way. Going to focus on my TBR cart for picking the next one. Bitch full and I need space for new reads. Good plan. Maybe do a number generator for that one, like count how many you've got and then just like randomly pick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's no like external consequence. It's all internal. Yeah. Right. Anyway, shall we, as I said, for those that missed the very, very start of this, the plan is to do sort of 2 to 3 1-hour sprints. And then at 4 p.m., I will be doing a 2-hour sprint to cover sort of like, because I have early dinners. I find that if I eat sort of 7, 8 o'clock at night, it affects my stomach and it affects my head. Whereas if I have my main meal anytime sort of between 3 and 5, that's just much better for me. So yeah, we'll do a 2-hour sprint then so I can get dinner and also so I can interact with the uncle when he comes down for his dinner. So yeah, that's today's plan. But in the meantime, we are going to shunt me over somewhere. Right, I'm going to get rid of some of these layouts, I think. No, I'm not. That all did things I don't know how to change. Okay. Should we do that way? There it is. That's the setting I like. Gonna grab some lunch so I can stomach another coffee. Only my second. That's late for you. And then figure out the book. Yeah, see, that's why you can't pick a book, is because you haven't caffeinated properly today. I just had a glance. My cat is flat out in the sunspot. But I can also tell the sky is turning from blue into that kind of mid grey with darker tints at the edges. And it's like, yeah, I don't think we're going to avoid the rain that they said we may or may not get today. I've got a feeling we're going to get it. So thunderstorms and, oh no, thunderstorms. Okay, I'm going to shut up. I'll see you all in an hour. Have fun. Hi, sorry about that. I was mid-editing a clip and I needed to check that first. So, various different things happened in that sprint. So I started my editing like I said I would. My uncle came down for his lunch and we had a quick chat. What else did I do? I had a bit of a dilemma because I realized I was nearly out of squash. So I drink like cordial squash with my drinks. I can't just drink plain water because plain water is disgusting to me. And I feel it doesn't actually hydrate me. And I realized that I did not leave myself quite enough for today because I go through 4 or 5 drinks a day of like my big bottle. I go through at least 4 or 5 a day, and I had enough for 2. And I started to panic a bit because I was like, I do not want to have to go to the shop today, and I cannot cope with just drinking plain water. Thankfully, on Shrove Tuesday, so Pancake Day, I treated myself this year and I bought some lemon juice. So what I've done is I've just got some water and I just added like 4 or 5 drops of the lemon juice in. And the ice has already melted, but I made it really super cold as well. And I was like, I tried it and thought, it's not my favorite, but it's enough. And I know people do that all the time. They add fruit to their drinks, but I don't. It's a texture thing. I need flavoring, not the bits. Whereas this is obviously the flavoring without the bits. And I'm not a fan of lemon generally, but I'm like, it's an emergency. It's a one-off day. I'm only going to have 2 of these. It's fine. If it keeps me hydrated, that's the point. So I've got that. I've also got some milk. I've also got some Monster. I've got tea if I need to, but obviously the Monster and tea dehydrate. No, that's the opposite of what I need on a very hot day, or to me, a very hot day. Anyway, just thought I'd share that one with you. But it's more the fact that, I tried something new and I actually am going to do the new thing, which is, quite often I try something new and go, no, immediately. So yeah, I just did all of that. And then spent the last couple of minutes watching the cat who, I think it's got a bit too hot in there now. She went into the greenhouse and fell asleep because that's her favourite sleep place in summer. Hi. You good? I think someone's a little bit hot. I don't know if you can see her. No, you can't. My big butt is hiding her. She's just behind me and she's just flopped. No, you can't see her. That's frustrating. Why do you choose to? She's now in the shade. So yeah, basically she has come out from the greenhouse where she was burning and is now in the shade, panting. Like she didn't choose to sleep there. I didn't force her in. Anyway, how did you all get on? There was a bit of amusement. Well, Ren sent me a voice note that had me absolutely cracking up. And then Ren and Max had me cracking up in the comments. So I think we talked about that. Yeah. Pan-cat cake, basically. Ren turned up. My love, my darling, my partner, my everything. So Ren arrived. And as you can tell, I was slightly excited, even though I'd already talked to them today. But I was still excited because I always am. So also, Ren has done a rebrand, and how amazing is that picture? Just perfection. And that, like, when they come back, they've done a rebrand and it is incredible. So please keep an eye out for them and follow them. And I was not the only one excited. This is like the bestie trio. And it's like basically me and Jonah just pop off, and Ren's just sort of like the voice of reason and the quiet force in the middle that tries to stop us from going too crazy. And it will be absolutely hilarious if one day we add Max to the mix as well. And it would be like me, Ren, Max, and Jonah. I don't think Ren would survive. So, lots of excite. Speaking of Max, Max then did the absolutely stupid thing of telling Ren to not scroll back to the comments because Ren is very, very, very... The one time that Ren is aggressive is when it comes to people and going to sleep at decent times, and sleep is sacred to Ren. So Max was like, yeah, don't go back and read my things. And Ren immediately was like, too late. We also had Liv join. So hi, Liv. Hope you're good. I hope you're doing well. Just finished a book and taken a little break to edit before I start a new read. Ooh, what was it? What did you give it? And what are you planning on reading next? Yeah. Jonah basically did what I did. Like, why would you do that? But too late. Ren had already scrolled, and Max responded, the Ralph Wiggum, I'm in danger. And I immediately was like, you absolute tit of a tit stick. So immediately, Jonah, imagine boobies on a stick. And now I am. Thanks. So that was just a fun little... Decided on 3 books to read because 1 apparently isn't enough. Read 22 pages, got a coffee, and successfully forgot about lunch. Go eat, you tit. I don't know why I'm calling everyone a tit today. You're all tits. It's because there's some little birds out the garden. They're all little tits. And it's just like, everything's a tit now. Plus, it's a fun word to say. Tit. I need to do food in the next one. But what did you settle on in the end? What books have you picked? No reading got done. Emergency chore happened instead. Well, productivity. So, yay to that. Just finished, finally able to sit with coffee, all good, just exhausted now. So rest and do some reading in the next sprint. Yay! 33 years old and I'm finally trying new things. The last year, I have been challenging myself to try new things to varying successes. Like yesterday, I did the thing that they do quite often in a lot of Asian countries, where I made rice and then I cracked a raw egg on top and just mixed it in and let the rice cook it. And I was like absolutely paranoid because I was like, is this cooked or is this raw egg? And I did end up putting it back in the saucepan for like a minute just so I was convinced that the egg cooked. But the fact that I did it in the first place, I was really happy with that. So, I did a new thing and it worked and I ate the food. Mostly because the egg came from my next door neighbor and I was like, hey, I really want to have egg fried rice, but I don't have any eggs. Can I nick an egg? And I was like, I now have to eat this food because somebody else gave me the food. Yummy, good. Food good. Yeah, I know. It's so good, right? It's just like, it's pro. Ren is caring aggressively. Like, when it's sort of like cuteness aggression, that is basically Ren. Just the only time they get aggressive is when they're trying to look after you. Like when they were here and we both got COVID, about 4 days later, we ran down to, no, it must have been a week, because we did isolate for a week. And then we went to IKEA and I immediately started building the shelves and Ren was just absolute. You could see, even though they were quiet, they were freaking out about the fact that I still had COVID and was actively coughing and dying and was just like building these shelves. And they were like, can I help? And I was like, nope. You could see they were just getting ready to fall to pieces because I was just like, nope. It would be epic. Ren, the patron saint of sleep. No lies were spoken. Thanks, Jana. The Bridge Kingdom gave it 3 stars. Oof. Oh, I say oof. That's still, well, I don't know how your rating system goes, but for me, 3-star means I enjoyed it. It just wasn't anything sort of special. It was kind of middle of the road. I had a good time. Will I remember it? Probably not. Did I have a few issues with it that meant that it kind of stopped me from loving it? Yeah. So that's usually like 3-star just means it was good. I had fun. I didn't have any major issues, but I also didn't have any major loves. But it's also, you always want to give more than that. Next, I want to pick up Hangman by Jack Heath. Ooh. Spectrum by Ethan Cross, which is actually on my TBR. One Dark Window by Rachel Gillig, also on my TBR. And decided to keep chipping away at a soft DNF'd because bitch is slow as fuck. That's fair. That is very fair. Yeah, see, Ren is just the personification of cuteness aggression. Oh, yeah. Like, I feel like Ren and I, even though I can be drawn into the chaos, we work really well because, like, we are basically the parents of any group. Like, Ren will be the making sure that everyone's sort of emotional needs and sort of, you know, self-care needs are taken care of. And I'm the one that's like, do we have sunscreen? Do we have spare batteries? Do we have paracetamol? Does everyone have hydration? Where are the children? Let's wrangle those and I'll be the one that sets the rules. Like when we took my nephews out, that's kind of how it worked. Ren was there to sort of, you know, be the emotional support, and I was there with like the practical, like, you know, like, boys, these are the rules. If you run off, I dump your face in the snow. If you misbehave and argue, I dump snow down your back. If you don't listen to me, I will leave you here in the snow and let you freeze to death. We were at a snow centre, so a lot of the punishments involved snow. But, you know, it was very much that kind of, Ren was like, come on, guys, let's have fun, and we're going to make sure that you have a great time. And I was like, rules. Like, I've got to be the grown-up sometimes. But then when I'm around other people who are more grown up than me, I'm like, yay, I get to be the little kid. Ren is excited about Hangman. So, Liv, please let me know how you get on with it. Max, same 3-star vibes. It means the same for me. Yeah, it's kind of like, as you know, I don't really give 1 stars because I usually DNF books before I get to that. So the only 1 star I can remember ever giving was last month, and that was only a 90-page novella. So I was like, it's going to take me less than an hour to read this. I'll just push through. 2 stars is usually, I had some major issues with it. Overall, I didn't have the greatest of times, but it was still readable, and I still was able to finish it. I just didn't particularly enjoy it, and I wouldn't recommend it. 3 stars is going into the, I enjoyed it. It wasn't anything amazing. I did have a couple of issues, but on the whole, it was a good time. It was fine. 4 stars is, I really, really enjoyed this. I had a great time. I really liked the book, but there was maybe just, it didn't blow me away, or, you know, maybe there was one thing that just gets in the way. And then 5 stars is, there was absolutely, it blew me away. I loved all of the characters. I laughed, I cried. Even if there might be flaws, the rest of it was so good. It makes up for that. And that's kind of, and those are the books that will go on my favorite shelf that I will think about and I know are going to stay with me. That's a 5-star. So that's kind of, I use the core pile system to break it down, but I do think maybe 30 to 40% of the core pile system actually helps me come up with a review 99% of the time. Yeah, I'd say more often than not, I finish a book and I immediately know what the rating is going to be based off how I feel at the end of reading it. It's great. But then occasionally there will be times where I'll think this is a 4-star or this is a 3-star. And then I put it through Corpal and I'm like, oh, that was actually a 5-star or that was actually a 2-star. But generally, I know as soon as I finish a book, I know what it's going to be. Yay, we love exciting books. I completely forgot I had that on a timer. So yeah, I love when you're really super hyped for a book and you know you're going to love a book. But I also like it when you're not sure about a book and end up loving it. And you're like, oh, like for me, Before the Coffee Gets Cold, at the start of this year, I got it. Like, thanks to Ren for my birthday. And I was like, I'm getting it because I'm kind of intrigued and I want to try some translated fiction. And it completely blew me away. And by the end, I was like in tears, like, this is a 5-star. Yes, we have had talks about this. And I saw Jonah saying, you know, do you need someone to scream at you? Trust me. What was it? Day before yesterday, so on Friday, I got a message from Ren at 4 p.m. my time going, oh, I might actually sleep now. And my response was to send a voice note back going, go to sleep. Because, you know, for Ren, at 4 p.m. my time is gone midnight. It's like midnight. And they are someone who is normally in bed and asleep by 10. Or at least in bed by 10. So I was like, definitely told them off. See? Speaking of self-care, everybody hydrate. Hydrate or die straight. Love it. Yeah, I enjoyed my time with it. Nothing special. Yeah. It's kind of like a lot of it is gut feeling, and then I put it through Corpal just to confirm that I was right. Because, you know, nothing like a bit of self-validation to boost your mood. Yeah. I yell. I literally have yelled at Ren for not looking after themselves. Oh dear. Don't forget, guys, there are some people who are. There's not all that bad, but yeah, for me, I obviously, because if I wasn't, if I was completely heterosexual, I wouldn't be with the most amazing, wonderful person on the planet. So, you know, I would not want to die straight, but other people would. And that's cool. But make sure you hydrate or dehydrate. That's my favorite one. Hydrate or dehydrate. Given up to head to bed. Love to see you all briefly. Happy reading. Sleep well. I'm very aware that it's encroaching. Well, it's either past midnight for some parts of Australia and encroaching midnight for others. And definitely bedtime for one Australian. So happy sleeping, Liv. Thank you for reminding me of the book you read. So yeah, Ren sent me a voice note about Max. I wasn't talking about you. That one was purely aimed at Ren. But yeah, Ren sent me a voice note at the start of that sprint with the book that they've just been reading. Yeah. Let's just say balloons and schmecks should not go together. If you know, you know. It's all good. I'm allowed to say that. I have a heterosexual friend. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think the majority of my friends are queer. Like, I don't know why I was so surprised to realize that I wasn't straight. Oh well. Yes, everyone's saying the night to live. Water refilled, thanks for the reminder. Max thought I was talking to him, and I was not. Or I think that's what Max thought. Yeah, but 9:45, that's normally you're sort of winding down, you know, checking the boy, making sure that you've got your hydration, getting yourself ready. You know, at least when you were here, that was kind of the time you started doing all that. because it was so funny watching Ren go from sort of 9:30, pretty good, pretty fine, still got energy. 9:45, still not too bad. And then we hit exactly 10 p.m. and you just watched, it was like a light went off and it was just, boom, just gone. Zombie Ren appeared and it was like, whoa. It was hilarious. But it also shows just how regimented, like even within a week of being in another country, they were regimented to that. As soon as it hit 10 p.m., their body just went, nah. Yeah, Max, probably try. Probably try. It was. Yeah, it was. Is that a little bit? Oh, God. I think I've got like a few of the booktube friends I've got are heterosexual, but I think my in-person friends, which is hilarious because I don't have any. I'm kidding. I have a couple, just they all live far away. But every like in-person friend I can think of is queer in some way, shape, or form. No, Jonah. Oh my, no, 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 no. We're moving on. No, no, dude. Why? Why do you do this to me? Okay. So I think like the sun is like this far from hitting me next to me because as it's coming round, it's, even though you can see it on my face, the actual like strip of pure sunlight is yeah, literally that far away from me. So I'm gonna start the next sprint so I can set up like the heater. No, we do not need a heater. Set up the fan because this big thing behind me is our that's our air conditioner. um, but it also acts as a regular fan, so I just put that on for now, and then when it gets super hot, I'll put the air conditioner on. But I shouldn't need that today. Hopefully, the air will stay cool enough. I feel like you don't live to entertain, you live to torment and slowly torture, but in the best kind of way because we love it. Yes, Jonah and I are both going to go do food, and the rest of you go do whatever it is that you're going to do, like go to bed. And yeah, I hope you'll have a good sprint, and I'll see you in 1 hour when I can remember to press the button. Bye. Hello. That was a mixed one. I did finish, like, I only had 2 minutes left of editing, so I finished that and I've exported that video, and that's going to be like the reader profile tag. Heads up, Jonah, I tagged you. I did then make lunch. Quite often I will just have pasta with some cheese sprinkled on top. And I saw a thing on like a few Americans do it, and I was like, that seems really weird to me. And that's like just a weird concept where they add butter to pasta. And I was like, that just seems weird to me. But I tried it. I added a bit of butter, some black pepper, and some like garlic granules. Okay. I was humbled real quick because that was incredible. So it's nice because now it's like a really simple dinner, and it's just sort of slightly elevated it without really any extra effort. And then while I was eating, I put Disney Plus on, and I went on to 911 because the new series, they've started streaming it, and I've left it like 2-3 weeks so I don't like binge it, but I'm now watching that, so that's what I got up to. Let's go all the way back. So Ren should be gone now because they messaged me to say they were going to bed about 15 minutes ago. That strip of sunlight that I said was that far away from me is now like on me. So not only is it highlighting how well, on there it's making it look like I am the same color as a piece of white paper. In real life, it's not actually that bad, and I am actually a bit tan. But it's really annoying because the screen just like makes it look like I'm a lot brighter and lighter than I actually am. You can see here I'm not actually that super white. So it's just frustrating, but it means that you guys get blinded. Blinded by the light. That did nothing. So yeah, Ren is off to bed. We call those sadists, or is it masochists? Hey James, how are you? Just finished reading Powerful by Lauren Roberts, so I'm going to take a reading break this sprint to soak it all in. Not sure what I'm reading next. How did you find it? Like, was it good? Was it not so good? Did you find it kind of in the middle? Let me know. Also, James, if you want to come on and join the chaos, then let me know, and I'll happily add you into the stream if you fancy some social chit chats. We're 2 eps into the new My Hero episode season, and I'm already mad. I don't have any subscription currently, so I can't watch it. But like, I'm up to date on the manga now. I'm not up to date. I got quite up to date. I'm only like 3 volumes behind on the manga, so I know that the anime still hasn't caught up to the manga. So I'm like, I will watch it eventually. Okay, we also lost Max, or at least I hope we lost Max, and he went to sleep. And then, yeah, we lost Ren. So it was this time of day. So in summer, we hit this time of day, and that's when all the Aussies drop off. Whereas in winter, it's sort of like 11, 12 o'clock is when they all drop off. And he said drip off. Got lunch for real this time, chased it with my 3rd coffee of the day, then procrastinated a little, read 5 pages, and then took some notes on a fanfiction chapter. Wait, was that fanfiction? I see FF. I either think fanfiction or Final Fantasy. But I could also be completely wrong, so please let me know. James had a shower and put some chips in the oven. Be reading The Front Runner by Elsie Silver in the next sprint. I was about to say, I know that name. It's like, oh yeah, because, you know, currently reading through Chestnut Springs and planning a series of candles. Yeah, I just remembered. As soon as you said it, I was like, crap. Yeah, I remembered she added you. Whatever. Americans add butter to everything. Fact. So do the Brits, though. We tend to add butter to pretty much everything. I've never needed to add butter to stop if I add anything to spaghetti, I add a tiny, tiny drizzle of olive oil and mix that in. I've never thought of adding butter to it. I just felt that was a weird concept. And now I'm like, oh, okay. I see why in The Sims garlic butter noodles is like a thing. I also didn't realize, because whenever I hear noodles, I think, well, first of all, I think noodles from, Kung Fu Panda. But I always think noodles, I think, Asian cooking and actual noodles. And I find it weird that some places, like I know a lot of the Americas, noodles is what they call the spaghetti and the pasta. And I'm like, but it's pasta, it's spaghetti, it's fusilli, it's all of that. It's like, it's not noodles, it's pasta. Noodles are a completely different thing. Yeah, buttered noodles, good, makes the noodles not stick together too much. Add cheese. That's what I did. Normally, I just do the pasta and I sprinkle a bunch of cheese on, mix it all in. Whereas this time I was like, let's try because I just wanted something a little more. But it's kind of that week where it's the week before payday. So I kind of just have base ingredients and not really much else. So it's like I have a tin of chopped tomatoes, but I don't really have anything to go with the chopped tomatoes to make something. So it's pretty much a week of, it's going to be a week of eating pasta and not much else and jacket potatoes. I am aware. See, the first season of Lone Star was incredible, but as the seasons went on, I love everyone except Rob Lowe. He just annoys me so much and I hate him. So, not hate him, but I hate how it's a case of every single episode has to be about his character and has to be like the most random storyline that has nothing to do with him. And yet they find a way to include him, and it is the most frustrating thing in the universe. I don't like it. And so that just got really tedious and repetitive, and so yeah, that really frustrated me with that one. But I much prefer 911, although I will say I love Angela Bassett. She's an incredible powerhouse of an actress. But I find that she overplays the role a bit, and her character tends to annoy me, and also tends to fall into that because she is the major star of the show. She gets put into things where it's like realistically her character would not be there. And it's weird and frustrating. I'll just scroll to the very bottom and then I'll add James because he's here. I see him. So give me 2 seconds. Lone Star is good, but nothing beats the OG. I agree. Read it in 2 hours. Wow. What the? Okay, I'm adding you in now. So hi, James.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm in my kitchen right now because I do have chips on.
It's nice to finally actually meet you in person.
Yes.
Well, in person.
You too.
You're not just a person on a screen.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been talking about this for a while. We've got to do a live together and then never do.
Never do. I work on Sundays usually.
True, you do. Why are you not working? Are you skiving?
No, it is an engineering shutdown, so the warehouse is closed.
Happy little bonus day.
They're fixing all the conveyor belts and shit.
But do you still get paid for the day, or is it just like a...
Because it's Amazon.
True. So I don't mind when things like that happen, as long as I'm still getting paid, because it's not my fault I can't work. You should be paying me.
Yeah, well, I could have taken the day as a shift swap where I could work a different day in the week instead of today.
Yeah,
or I could have used my annual leave, but I didn't have any left, and I didn't want to work an extra day. So
that is fair. But yeah, you read Powerless in 2 hours. That's what,
I
a
read
400
Powerful
score?
in 2 hours. This is the novella.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is far less mind blowing because the actual novel's
Yeah.
like 450 something pages, isn't it?
Powerless is 502.
Yeah. If you did that in
Powerful,
2 hours.
yeah, Powerful is 245, but its typeset is a lot bigger than Powerless. So it's a lot quicker read.
That's fair. I'm doing a 24-hour reading thing at the moment where, where it's like every time I start, I
Yeah.
press, I think we talked about it, and it's like I press the play. Are you doing the same? James has disappeared. James just went back to the void. Hey, I'm currently, because I keep forgetting to press the button, I'm only on 19 hours still. I've still got 19 to go. But that's because literally there's about 8 hours of reading that I've done, but I just kept forgetting to press the timer.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time I forget, I just reset it because it's like I don't like not counting my reading.
But what I have found is, on average, in the 5 hours that I've done, I'm averaging out at about 112 pages an hour. So I'm like, if nothing else, it's definitely reminding me that I am a very fast reader.
You are very fast. I can read about 60 pages an hour usually.
I'm about a page a minute.
Yeah.
Is sort of approximate my thing. So in an hour sprint, I'll do sort of, well, 2 pages an hour even at a minute is my average. Like, yeah. So, oh yeah. Obviously that's only an average. So there are some times when I read a lot slower, but it also depends on what's distracting me or what format.
Yeah.
Like with
Well,
audiobooks, I'm a lot slower.
yeah. Audiobooks, ebooks, I'm slower. Romance is I'm fast. That's my fastest. I can read about
Oh yeah.
100 pages an hour in that. Romance, fantasy, like high fantasy is usually 50 to 60, and that's the one I usually base it off because that's what I usually read.
Yeah. I think for me, like when I'm doing this, like I'm not doing any manga because that would massively skew the results.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think I'm the same. Romance, I can read sort of up to 160 pages an hour, not really think about it. High fantasy, for the beginning, I'll be super slow.
Oh,
But
yeah.
once
Yeah.
the story kicks in, I'm back up to sort of 80, 90, 100.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest things about Powerless was at the beginning, the first 100 pages or so were very slow. And also the world building's a little wonky.
Yeah,
It doesn't completely add up. So I hope she fixes it in the second one because it is an incredible story. I really enjoyed it.
I think that's why I'm a bit nervous with romantasy, because it's kind of like you're trying to do two things. You're trying to have a main focus on the romance and a main focus on the fantasy world building.
Yeah.
So one of them is going to be lacking because it's really hard to get that balance between the two.
Yeah, the romance was definitely hot. It was definitely up there. And yeah, the fantasy definitely lacked in that bit.
Yeah, and I would rather it be more fantasy and less romance.
Yeah, well, this is my first proper romantasy that I've read. Like I haven't read Akatar yet, and Throne of Glass can't really be called.
No, that's romance. That's no fantasy. It happens to have some romance.
Yeah, so this is
which
my
is
first
my favorite
romantasy book that I've read.
Yeah,
like I really did enjoy the build up and the romance, but please look more at your fantasy shit.
I think like because obviously the term romantasy's only been around for what, about a year, maybe 2 years at most. So, but I do think if Throne of Glass had come out now, it would be marketed as romantasy.
Yeah, despite it not actually being, because I have read the first 3 and they do focus mainly on the fantasy side of it more than the romance.
Whereas there's like other books where I've read them and I'm like, these are definitely primarily fantasy, happen to have a bit of romance in there.
Yeah.
And that is my preferred, is like, if there's a romance, I don't want it to take over the whole book.
No, that I absolutely adore romance. Like, I do love it.
I love romance. I love fantasy. For some reason, when they get combined, I go,
Yeah. So if Lauren Roberts had focused more on the world building a bit more,
yeah,
it would have been
perfect.
5 stars. But because of the wonky world building, I've put it down to 4. But the novella was 5 stars because that was a pure romance.
This comment just. Yeah, there's that. Also, Jonah, I sent at the same time I sent the link to James, I did send it to you. So if you wanted to hop on at some point, you know. Yeah, fan fiction.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, FF just has those two meanings for me. It's either fan fiction or Final Fantasy when I'm talking about FF.
Yeah, see, I'm not that into Final Fantasy, so when I see FF, I immediately know fan fiction because I've been writing fan fiction since I was 12.
As I say, that's where I went to. I think I was about the same, sort of 2003, 2004 was when I got started.
Oh yeah, 20.
So, I feel a bit old now.
2013, 2014.
Shush, you're a baby. But I've been playing Final Fantasy about the same length of time. Like my introduction was Final Fantasy. Whenever Final Fantasy X came out, that was my introduction to it and to that side. And then I tried Final Fantasy VII, and like now I play, if it's got Final Fantasy, I'll give it a go. Pasta, butter, and metric butt ton of Parmesan is one of my depresso meals when I can't be asked to cook real food. I don't have any Parmesan. I only have cheddar, so that was what I made. But yeah, that's the same for me, just pasta and cheese.
I don't eat cheese, so.
You are weird. Another one of my sort of espresso meals is chips, is poutine basically. So chips, gravy, and a sprinkling of cheese on top. It's like it's food, it's nutrients. Who cares? You know?
Absolutely.
From the American standpoint, I think calling spaghetti and all noodles is when we're kids. We can't say those big words, and parents shorten it for us to noodles, and it just sticks on into adulthood. But that doesn't really apply to the rest of the world because we grew up calling it pasta.
Yeah.
Like pasta. And then you learn as you got older, like I used to say, and I think most kids, we say sketty.
Yeah.
Like or peschetti or something like that. Kids always get it. But, you know, eventually we'll learn it's spaghetti.
Sketty bog.
Yeah, sketty bog. Or in our family, it's spaghetti bollocks are naked. Just because we're idiots.
Yeah, we've always called it sketty bog because that's what my nan used to call it.
Yeah. We've got very different, like we've got different things for different things. Like, you know, the tins where it's baked beans with little sausages.
Yeah.
My brother couldn't say sausage. He said bot, so it was bean bot.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my chips. Yeah, we call my granddad Grandman because my sister Caitlin refused to call him granddad because he wasn't her dad, so we call him Grandman. Grandman.
Me and my uncle were talking about this earlier about different words and how, you know, even though we know the word is wrong, we still say it because it's kind of what you've always said. So like we use the word dangaroos.
Dungarees.
No, dangerous. Like we'd go driving, granddad would be like, oh, look, the dangaroos are out. And it'd be like a road sign that said dangerous. And it'd be like, it's the dangaroos. And then he'd start like making the car hop like a kangaroo and be like, it's the danga. And, you know, it just kind of stuck in.
Okay, so somebody has hit a kangaroo before.
I don't read, like, I don't read the word dangerous. Whenever I read it, I read dangaroos. And I have to remind myself what the correct pronunciation is. Eggs, cheese, and bacon make a very German version of carbonara, aka my favorite comfort food.
Ooh, my nan used to make an amazing spaghetti carbonara. It was divine.
I'm struggling to find one here because all of the frozen ones are rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
All of the store-bought ready-made ones, I've not found a really nice one. When we were in Edinburgh, Ren and I, we went, it seemed everywhere we went, because obviously with Ren being gluten intolerant and celiac, we had to pick restaurants that did celiac. And weirdly, the majority of restaurants we found that were celiac friendly were Italian.
Yeah.
Is it'd be like, well, we're doing pasta, so we'll do a gluten-free version. Whereas other restaurants are like, well, we don't really accommodate specialties. So we ended up eating at quite a lot of pasta places, and I just became obsessed with carbonara.
Carbonara is divine. I will see if I can get the recipe. Can't get it from my nan because she's dead, but my sister has it.
You'll have to come
so
up
I'll
and
get the recipe from her and I'll give it to you because
I'll probably never make it because I am lazy and I hate cooking.
Same.
But there was one place that we went to on the first night in Edinburgh. It was like a 10-minute walk from our hotel. And we loved it so much that on our last night, we went back there and had it again.
Maybe I can't this week, but I can go that next week. Because I live in Edinburgh. I live in Edinburgh.
I know.
North of Edinburgh. I'm in Fife, but it's a 30-minute train into the city.
I can also just like tell you the restaurant so you can go check it out at some point for yourself because it was so good.
Yeah.
Run by Greeks.
What?
It was run by Greeks, but it was an Italian pasta place, and it was some of the best pasta I've ever had in my life. And I was like, that seems almost sacrilege.
That happens sometimes. Like I worked at a Chinese restaurant that was run by Singaporeans.
Weirdly, actually, that's what's in here. Fake Dates and Mooncakes, the restaurant that like the central point of the thing is a Chinese restaurant run by Singaporeans. So they do like Singaporean twists on all of the classic Chinese meals, and it made me really crave Chinese last night, but I don't have enough in my bank for foods like that, so I made some egg fried rice for dinner.
Yeah, I worked there for 6 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, from 15 till 21, and then I moved here.
Dropped out of 911 Lone Star during the COVID season, and it completely lost me with the biker storyline. I don't remember. Yeah. I don't think I have got there yet.
It's quite bullshit. I can give you a quick rundown without spoiling, but
I'll get to it. It's just it depends what season that is because I'm on season 4, I think, of Lone Star.
It's the last season that came out, so I think that's 4 as well.
Oh, I'm on season 3, so that'll be why I don't know it yet. I'm not there.
It's season 4. It's just quite bullshit. It's more of Owen and his savior complex.
Yeah, I think I'm probably just not going to bother. I'm going to DNF it probably.
I watch it because I love TK and I love everyone else. I just look at my phone whenever Owen's on screen.
Rob Lowe is a producer, and it shows. Well, the thing is, like Angela Bassett is also a producer on 911. Yet there's way more balance between each of the characters, and I feel like everyone gets like, like when we have their origin episodes or their focus episodes, the focus is on them. They don't bring in character whereas with Lone Star, anytime the focus is on another character, they find a way to bring him in. And it's like, oh, well, he's the big paid star. We have to make sure that we're getting the right screen time in for what we're paying him. And it's like, oh, he's an egotistical twat who just wants all the limelight.
No, a lot of people like working with Rob Lowe.
Yeah, and you can tell the fact that with this one, it's his brother or something that's like the main writer for the show or the main producer. So it's like you can tell that he got this job because of his brother.
Absolutely. Yeah, but Angela Bassett's never been selfish like that. She knows how to share. And it's Angela Bassett. You know?
I didn't realize just how many. I thought that was the end of the comments, and then I saw there's a whole load more. Just it's Grey's Anatomy. Even Grey's Anatomy. This last season has been disappointing me.
I fucking love Grey's Anatomy. I am so mad that after ABC acquired 911, they cancelled Station 19.
Well, with Grey's, like, I know a lot of people hated the COVID season. I thought it was fantastic.
I loved it.
I thought it was absolutely, and they really showed what it was like for the frontline workers more than any other show I've seen.
My nan's a nurse, so she was in the middle of all of that. We weren't allowed to visit her.
And it was ridiculous. So I thought they did that really well. But then the last couple of seasons, I think it's the way they've been handling exits in the last 2 years, and the way that they've kind of just, like, the new interns don't feel like interns. They feel like they're far more immature than they should be. And it's like, I don't know, there's just, I'm struggling really hard to connect with them. And I feel like there's no consistency. Like in the past, you know, you had solid characters who were there all the time and relationships that were consistent. And now it's like constant, there's so much drama and there's less focus on the actual medicine now.
Yeah, like,
and that's what I'm going off.
They got rid of Kai. I quite like Adams.
Yeah, she's cool. Wait, no, Adams.
Lucas Adams.
Yeah.
I like him.
I like one of the new girls.
Is it Mika or Jules? Or
no,
Simone?
The one who's Simone, the one that was born at that hospital.
Yeah, Simone.
Didn't want it. I love her story.
No, I've only seen half of season 19. I haven't seen season 20 yet. I was in the middle of a rewatch when they came out, and I'm still in the middle of that rewatch. I'm almost there. But then I lost connection to Disney Plus for a while because it logged me out, and it wouldn't let me log it back in, but I finally got back in so I can watch it. Just needs more salt.
Oh, shush. That was the masochist comment. Recently got back into writing fan fiction, still not really reading it though, since no one writes in my fandoms. I'm finding that I'm starting to read it a bit more. Like, I've just been rewatching out on a whim. I was like, I really fancy watching Transformers movies because they were my teenagehood.
No, okay, I have the best recommendation for you then. It's called Move Along. It's 80 chapters long. There's 3 stories about it. So Sam doesn't, it's like an AU. Sam doesn't exist. He's replaced by an Ari Witwicky. And it's Ari Sideswipe.
Is that an older one?
It's an older one.
Because that sounds familiar.
It also crosses over with Marvel.
Oh, no, I do not like crossovers at all. I've never been a fan of crossovers in general. So I probably will skip that one. But like when I was younger, obviously, you know, teenage me read some of the more, you know, where
yeah, I know. I was in the trenches. I was deep. I was in it when it was called Lemon.
Nowadays, you're like, do I really want to read about a car and a human? No, people are publishing, I know, balloon animals and humans. So, you know, it's not the weirdest thing out there, but it's just not my jam anymore.
I've definitely read human.
My favorite. Oh yeah. There were loads. Like, I read a couple of Sam Bumblebee ones that have haunted me. But I was like, my favorite character always will be Optimus. I love him, especially in the films where he's kind of like takes on that dad role for everyone
my favorite guy as well. I love it.
And like my favorite fan fictions to read were ones of him raising Bumblebee and like the chaos of like him being the dad, Ratchet being like the mum, and Bumblebee's their kid, and just like that bit of, then that was like what I preferred to read. But there was one that I read that was really good. It was about 15-20 years ago at this point, so it probably doesn't even exist anymore. And it was where Optimus ended up soul bonding with a human woman, but there was no sort of sexual stuff in there at all. And it was because like there was the question of, well, how's that going to work? And it was like, well, their souls were bonded because she connected to his spark, and it literally bonded them together. And it was just so beautifully written. And they ended up like basically all of the new babies, you know, like the Decepticon babies that were being created.
Yeah.
They ended up like sort of adopting them and raising them to be good. And it was just the cutest thing ever. I loved it. But yeah, I'm slowly, like last year I read a lot of Peacemaker fan fiction after watching
I
that
still
because
need to
I
watch that.
became obsessed.
I still need to watch
Earlier
that.
this year I rewatched some Supernatural, which immediately got me back on. But I always used to like sister fics, where it was like there was a sister in the mix as well.
Yes, literally, I have a sister fic planned that I need to write out.
I'm obsessed with sister fics and like children, especially daughters in those kind of stories. I don't know why.
Absolutely.
Just that bond between like protective dad and his kid and things.
I adore OC stories.
Yeah.
Those are what I mainly read.
I like OC stories when it's not blatantly obvious that it's the person putting themselves in.
See, as someone who has done
I have done that, and I am ashamed of myself for doing that. So it's kind of not ashamed, but it was just kind of, when I read it back, I'm like, it's so, she's got blonde hair, blue eyes, born January the 13th. I'm like,
oh, January 2nd.
Hey, Capricorn.
Capricorn. Where's my bottle?
But yeah, it's just, you know, it's so obvious. Whereas these days, I prefer to write my own characters as like, what would a sibling of that person, or what would an actual complementary character be, rather than what would I want to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Fan fiction is a very valid form of writing and often leads to many people becoming published authors. What I don't like is when someone's fan fiction becomes a published piece of work, like with The Love Hypothesis, where it started out as a Raylo fan fiction and then got written. I'm not a fan of that because it's so obvious that that is what it was.
Yeah, especially with the cover art. Like, it's up there.
Yeah.
I can grab it. No.
I've got it.
It's the one I don't own because I read it back in Australia and I was like, I'm probably not going to read it again, so I'm not going to buy it again.
Ta-da. Ow.
Anyway, yeah, like it's obviously Raylo.
Yeah. And it's kind of, you know, they weren't even subtle about it. And that's what I don't like, is just, you know, if you're going to do a fanfic and then get it published as your own original fic, don't admit that it was a fanfic.
The guy's name is Adam.
Like, yeah, I missed that the first time round. But yeah, Rob Lowe is one of those people who produces, stars, and dominates the storyline. Yeah, exactly. Just, yes. Like, notice me.
Like Parks and Rec or something?
I don't know.
Or The Office, one of them.
Yes, I'm with you. I think a lot of shows either completely ignored it and were like, nothing happened, or they tried to sort of make it that they're like, we're going to focus on the storylines and we're going to sort of try and keep that as like we'll acknowledge that it happened, but we're not going to make it the limelight. Or as Grace went, we are a medical drama. We are going to show what it was like for the medical professionals, and we are not going to sugarcoat it. We're going in.
Yeah, because 911 kind of did brush it under the rug. Like, they did mention it a couple times, but it wasn't the limelight.
Like, they mentioned it and they wore the masks and things like that, and they mentioned how it was annoying that they hadn't been able to get out and about, but they just didn't properly. And that would have been such an amazing opportunity to show what it was like for the other, because, you know, we hear all about the medical frontline. We don't hear much about what it was like for people like firefighters and police. I mean, firefighters are pretty protected anyway.
And that's one of the reasons why I love Station 19 so much, because they did focus on that, and they focused on BLM and stuff like that as well, because their station has several people of color in it, like black people in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. I'm the same. You know, it's a cult by now. If you're 20 seasons deep, and I've been watching it since it started because it was one of my mom's shows.
I only started it in 2020. And I love it.
Yeah, it was one of my mum's shows that she watched from the first series, and I wasn't interested because I was 14 when it came out. So I wasn't too interested at that point. But then when I got to uni, shut up. When I got to uni and it was like, you know, season 4 or 5, when I came home on the weekends to visit my mum, we'd sit and watch it, and that kind of got me addicted. So I loosely watched it at the start, but it's like with Criminal Minds, as we both know, we both love that series as well. And again, that's one I was hooked from day one, very first episode. I watched the premiere when it went live when I was 14, and I was like, this is amazing. And I watched it every week since.
Yeah. My mum was really into Criminal Minds and NCIS, so I grew up watching them.
Yeah.
Like, again, I was 4 when Criminal Minds came out, and I was 2 when NCIS came out. So I was like, whoa.
I like almost every one of the new interns except the newest Shepherd baby. He's so whiny, and he's just got that kind of, yeah, he annoys me. But he's all right. But he does, certainly at the start, he was so whingy and whiny.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He absolutely was. And like, I see his point of not wanting everyone to know that he was a shepherd. But at the point where everyone thinks you're doing your art,
yeah, you completely don't go with it.
Tell them.
We have Donna popping in to say hello and hit the like button. Thank you. Have to get things done, spend time with my kids as it's Mother's Day here. Happy Mother's Day. I forgot.
Mother's Day in Australia too.
Ah.
My mum was zonked out when I called her because she was high. That she has medical conditions.
I assumed it wouldn't just be she just does weed on the weekend.
Yeah, she'd just gone to the doctors and they gave her something for the pain, so she was really high.
She's like, hi.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did not know that. I'm just, because obviously for us, Mother's Day, I think Father's Day is in June.
Father's Day in Australia is in September.
Yeah. Whereas for us, Mother's Day is March, Father's Day is June. Then we don't have to worry about it anymore for the rest of the year, which is great.
Yeah.
Except
so Mum
I always forget June.
Yeah, Mum has to remind me about Mother's Day because I see all the Mother's Day shit here.
And then it's out of your brain because you're like, it's done.
Yeah, it's past.
So I got really confused a couple of weeks ago where people were like, Happy World Book Day, like 2 weeks ago. And I was like, but that was March, and that's globally was in March. What it was World Book Night, which is a totally different thing. But everyone was saying it was World Book Day, and I was getting so mad because I was like, it's not World Book Day. World Book Day is in March. It's World Book Night. Get it right. I was getting so annoyed.
Yeah.
Because I was like, but it was like I saw people posting their quarter year book tags at the end of April, and I was like, that's not the quarter year. Quarter year is March. Because I had this argument with someone on my quarter year video when I posted it in March, and she was like, oh no, because I was calculating everything wrong and I was dividing everything by 4 instead of 3. And I was like, wait, no, a quarter of a year is 3. And I was getting, because there's, you know, each quarter of the year is 3 months.
Yeah, so everything's...
But my brain was going, a quarter is 1/4, therefore I divide by 4 because I am an idiot. But this person was refusing to accept that I was right when I corrected myself. And then that same person, I saw on their channel, they posted their update in April, and they were like, it's been a quarter of a year. It's the end of April. And I was like, it's now nearly half a year. Get it right. I was just like, but I was so confused with myself because I was like, I'm right. I'm wrong. I'm right. Am I right? I'm so confused. And then Jonah was like, you are right. Yes.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Twilight. But although, to be fair, to give Twilight its due, I've got a little wand. To give Twilight its due, it wasn't marketed as, and it wasn't like part of the marketing. That was just like a fact about 10 years after it was published. That it was like, hey, by the way, did you know? And then she admitted
Yeah, but
that
when
it was
it's
a dream that started off as a fanfic.
yeah, well, the Hermione fan fiction, Manacled, that's becoming a book.
And I'm like, but everyone knows that that's where it came from, so I
Yeah,
won't be able to read it without picturing those characters.
absolutely.
As it is. But obviously you can't it's one of the reasons why I've actually got a video coming out very soon where I discuss this a little bit, and I say it's one of the reasons why these days I tend not to write fan fiction, because I
Yeah,
could write the best piece of work of my life and yet I will never be able to claim money from it or make any money from it because it's somebody else's property that I've borrowed, which is why I prefer now to just do my own stories.
yeah, I haven't written fan fiction in a while.
Yeah, and it's like, if I'm going to write a story, I'd rather work on something that's my own creation so that I can eventually get it published and actually monetize from it.
Yeah.
Whereas when I was younger, I was just like, all the fan fiction. Hi, Renee. Have been thinking about writing fiction for the 15 again.
You're right there.
I agree. I just had a momentary blip in my brain. I agree with Jonah. Do it.
Do it. It is really fun.
Yeah, and it's a fun creative outlet. And if you aren't wanting to do sort of, even if you are wanting to be a serious writer,
It's definitely helped me get to this level of skill I am to be able to confidently publish a book.
It's helped me realize like where my areas are. Like now I've worked out I'm really good with characters and dialogue. I'm not so good with like fillers, and I'm good with world building, but I really struggle with kind of like the filler moments. And if it's not a main action sequence, I struggle. And I struggle with like weaving the info into the world.
Same.
So I've definitely worked out that the world building, while I'm good at coming up with the world building, I'm not so good at incorporating it. And I think that's because when I've done so much fan fiction, I've never needed to create and craft my own world because it's all there and people are reading it already knowing it. So I feel like that's one area where fan fiction actually slightly hindered me, but it has helped me to really work out how to put characters in and how to introduce characters and how to bring those moments together.
Yeah.
So it's definitely an amazing tool.
I've mainly written Elder Scrolls fan fictions like Skyrim and stuff, because that's like my hyperfixation. That's like my special interest. And yeah, it's like everyone already knows all of this shit. But when you want to delve deeper than the surface level lore, then yeah, you do actually have to explain everything. Because like, yes, there are colonies on the moons. Yes, the Dwemer disappeared, but did you know this was why they disappeared? And we think that they're just incorporate, like souls with no bodies just wandering around. Did you know that they're called dwarves because not because they're small, because they are the tallest race in the entire series, but because the giants called them dwarves because they were the only ones. They were the only ones that would trade with the giants.
Wasn't that like, that's like a really obscure tiny piece? It's like in a scroll or in a book that you can pick up, and it's like a one sentence mention.
Yeah.
It's like, that is so cool. I used to love doing that when you pick up the teeniest, tiniest little thing and then craft that, be like, right, now I'm now going to fixate on that one tiny thing and make an entire story around that. It's so good.
Yeah.
I've done that with my own books before. One of my books came into being because I literally had a thought pop into my head of what if demons took over the world?
That would be so cool.
And that then led to, well, how come they didn't do it sooner? And I was like, well, that's because there were also angels, and the angels kept the gates to hell closed.
Okay, but what happened to the angels?
The demons had an uprising, and they found a leader who was able to outwit the angels, and they went on a massive like civil war that lasted for like 300 years, and eventually the angels were all killed and the demons took over. And this world is now 200 years in the future.
I love
And that all just spanned from that one thought of like a world where demons have enslaved humans and feed off their souls.
Is
But
this
that
positive?
one,
Can I read it?
it's one of my, at some point I will get round to finishing it.
Yeah, I have one story that has been in my mind for years, and it's a girl dies, and her best friend has always, like, his entire life he's been able to see ghosts. So and they've been in love with each other since they were kids, but they never actually did anything about it. So he's vowed to help her figure out who murdered her, because she doesn't remember the last couple moments of her life.
Wow.
And turns out it was his little brother.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's scared into, okay, if ghosts exist and these people that can see ghosts exist, what else exists in this world? You know, and then we've got witches, and it's like, do we want the normal type of witch or do we want a different type of witch? And then I got different subsets of witches, and one of them where their spells are tattooed into their skin.
Ooh.
Yeah. And it's just,
I always love that when it's like magic and things. Like Covenant is a graphic novel that I read, and that's the same. Their weapons are tattooed and they pull the weapons out of the tattoos. It's so cool when that happens.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and sort of quickly skim through because I don't know if you were around earlier. My uncle comes down at 4 o'clock every day, and he comes down 4 till 6. So my plan is at 4 to start a 2-hour sprint. So we're probably going to do like a 30-minute for this one, do a bit of a shorter one, have the chat, and then we'll go into that 2-hour.
Cool.
But we're gonna sort of where I've just completely lost it. There it is. Yay, Renee, do it. Also, hey. Hi. Sitting in the sun in the mountains. That just sounds amazing. Except like it's too hot for me to do that right now.
Oh yeah, how the heat here is weird. So I'm used to 30s and 40s, and now 17 degrees is making me sweat. Like, what?
People laugh and mock the Brits until they come over here and realize that it's just a very sticky, humid, horrible heat. And the houses are built to keep that heat in. So it's like, ha.
Yeah, my window's wide open. So many bees have flown in.
I'm so confused. Was that, yeah, Grace? I'm assuming. Had times when I followed Grace and times when I lost interest. Yeah, I find that I'll go like 2-3 years and not watch it at all, and then I will binge the entire sort of, well, at the last time I binged it was on season 19, and I watched the entire season, 19 seasons over like a 3-month period, back to back every day, watching like 7 or 8 episodes. And then I won't watch it again for 3 years.
Okay, but have you incorporated Station 19 into it?
I tried, but I couldn't get into it. I'm not really a big spin-off person in general.
Travis!
I never got onto it. Love NCIS, sad about NCIS Hawaii was cancelled.
Yeah.
What do you mean he was? He still is all sad puppy. That's his whole character.
It was Lutus.
Huh?
The shepherd kid.
Oh, yeah. We already had Father's Day in Germany, and today is Mother's Day for us. Why can't the world just decide on one date and that's it? Yeah, Mother's Day is February in Norway. World Book Day is in April. But I did Google it, and it's like, I typed in, when is World Book Day globally? World Book and Copyright Day is in April. Oh, okay. That's really confusing and annoying.
So you were in the wrong this time.
I was wrong, and I will admit that. Okay, I was wrong. But when I looked it up, it was saying that it was World Book Night, not World Book Day, and I was just getting really confused. So I'll take that back. I was wrong. I don't like admitting that, but I was wrong. Hey, Kay. Hey, Christina.
Yeah.
I say, is it a live sprint if Christina doesn't turn up at some point? Right. Use fan fiction as sort of cleanse it. Yeah. I put it in work, but it's just me making a somewhat polished first draft, nothing more. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't ever do like editing or stuff on my fan fictions. I edit as I go, and that's about as much as I do.
I use fan fictions as like a what if scenario thing for a thing, like with my Avengers one with Captain America, where it was like, what if Steve had a sister who also ended up living to the modern day?
See, I had one.
Only where he's on the ice, she was alive through all of it.
Yeah, see, I had one where it's Bucky's sister. What if Bucky had a sister and she survived until the end? And it's because it ended up being because she and Bucky are half celestial.
Mine was because like she's Steve's sister and she was in a romance with Bucky and they were engaged when he died. And then she has a lot of run-ins with the Winter Soldier, which complicates things just a tiny bit because she doesn't know it's Bucky.
Is this still published somewhere? I gotta read it.
Yes, I'll send you the link.
Thank you.
It's a 3-part massive, like it starts with, it was going to take place over the entire MCU, but then obviously after 5 years of writing it, I was like, I can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
I may go back. But it was kind of like with her, it turned out that she ended up on the Howling Commandos team with Bucky and Steve. And on one of the missions, she ended up being captured as well. And she was given the serum, like his own, Zola's own version of it. Only this one had a reverse serum as well, but she never took it. She just decided to sort of, because, you know, both Bucky and Steve were gone, she just thought, well, I'm going to keep going and protect the ones that are left behind. So, and it's like she's there for Howard Stark's death. She's there, like Tony calls her aunt.
Yeah, that's the same with Kitty, Bucky's sister.
Yes, it is. It's so good for the ego. I suppose we've been talking for like an hour.
Sorry.
Wrote my own ending version of GG, the terrible Netflix movies. What's GG? I'm very confused.
I don't know.
Trying to think what a terrible Netflix. Please let us know what GG means.
Yeah, we have no idea.
Well, building is literally just talking to your 5-year-old self, constantly asking why. 19 degrees. Whereas here, Gilmore Girls. Yeah. I should have got that.
I've never watched Gilmore Girls. Well, I watched it. I watched an episode because we had to analyze it for English class.
Wow. Maturing is realizing that the Gilmore Girls were actually awful people.
Maturing is realizing that Greg, I forgot his last name, from Diary of a Wimpy Kid is the villain. The main character.
I was obsessed with Gilmore Girls. I loved it. Certainly the first couple of seasons were fantastic, but then once Rory goes to college, she just becomes this absolute awful person. And in the revival, she was almost unrecognizable and I hated it. Okay. But yeah, here it's currently 24 degrees and it is sun. You can tell it's just sun blasting in. I've got the front door open, the back door open to create a breeze, but that's almost not enough right now. So I'm going to be putting the fan on in the next sprint. Yeah. Like my cat is, not dead. Where is she? Oh. She's sleeping outside, but in the shady spot next to the bin. So she's like in the warmth, but not in the direct sun.
Yeah, it's 18 degrees here and it's cloudy.
So yeah, that's another reason I want to move to Scotland. It's always cooler.
Yeah, come move to Edinburgh.
Eventually, that is what Ren and I want to do. But yeah. Always get April when I Google it. Yeah, I think maybe because like when different countries, because obviously World Book Day itself is a British, I just looked it up, like World Book Day is a UK charity that created that event in March. So obviously, if you are in UK Google typing in when is World Book Day, it will tell you March. Whereas if you're anywhere else in the world, it will tell you April. Jazz hands. She was. She was. That was a character. Everyone hated Dawn and everyone shat on her. I loved her. I think because at the time I wasn't far off her age, so I saw a lot of myself in her, but also that was a really great way that they brought her in, where we had little snippets in the season before she comes in, where it's kind of like, you know, little hints like there's one with an alarm clock where it shows a number that ended up relating to her. And then there's like this sort of dream sequence with Buffy and Faith making a bed, and Faith's like, gotta go, little sis is coming. And it's like, what do you mean? Like,
Is
she
this
doesn't have a
Buffy the
sister.
Vampire Slayer? I haven't seen that, so I have no idea
Right.
what
I was
you're
gonna say,
talking about.
those who have seen it will know what I mean by all this. Like, I think Buffy was my original sort of super big, because I was like 7 or 8 when I was about 10 when I started watching it, because I was watching it just after, like, about 3-4 years after it came out, because my mum thought I was too young to watch it at 7 years old, and she was right.
My big show, my first big show was Supernatural, and I started watching that during when season 7 was coming out. So let me look at what year that came out, because I was very young.
2005.
No, the season,
The original
12 was when season 7 came out.
That was season 8 or 7.
Yeah, so I was 11 when I started watching Supernatural. Which I should not have been. The first episode I ever saw was the one where we meet Lisa and Ben, and it's the Changeling children. That was the first episode I ever saw.
Mine was Wendigo. Like the second ever episode. I missed the premiere. Yeah. So the following week, because my friends were talking about it at school, I was like, I'll give it a go. And Wendigo, and that was it. Obsessed. Yeah. And I've kind of cycled through each of the characters. Like, I was a Dean girl originally, then I became a Sam girl, then I became a Castiel girl, and now I'm very firmly back into being a Dean girl.
I've never been a Sam guy, just because Sam isn't for me. But it was Dean, then Castiel, then it was Crowley, then it was Gabriel, then it was Crowley again, then it was Gabriel again. And it basically went between those two.
I had a teeny tiny Rowena.
Oh, yes, Rowena.
And Charlie, when she came into it. And like Felicia Day, one of my biggest crushes.
Felicia Day is so beautiful, but Rowena, and finding out she's Crowley's mum.
Like, oh my god.
Like,
anyway, like power creation, yes, Gilmore Girls. Sibling loves Gilmore Girls, but they love to hate the toxicity of it all. I think that's my thing now. I tend to rage watch it. Rewatch Gilmore Girl every few months. Not perfect, but still enjoy it very much. I will rewatch like the first 2-3 seasons. After, like, when it hits the going to uni season, I just stop, because I'm like, nah. I have no idea who these characters are, but I know exactly what brand of awful everyone is. Yep. 13C, can I come to you? My first big show was Stargate, and Ren loves that. That's amazing. Yeah, definitely what started fan fiction and started like my love of these kind of shows. Actually, the first one was one that a lot of us share, unfortunately, was Harry Potter. But as you know, I've strayed away from that now, and all of the but that was probably my first, because obviously I was like 8 when the first book came out, and I was one of the OG kids with it. You were minus 10 or something.
I was born the year the first movie came out.
2001.
Yeah.
I went to that film. It was the first time I went to the cinema with my friends alone. But yeah, that was like my first big one. TV shows, it was Buffy. But then there was also, being ADHD means that I kind of become hyper obsessed with pretty much everything.
Yeah.
So I watch a show and I hyper obsess over it. So
yeah, I'm autistic, so I do the same thing.
but yours tend to be sort of longer term. Like you said, Skyrim is your, whereas with me, Skyrim is as I'm playing it, it becomes my entire, but then once I stop playing it, it kind of just dissipates a little bit.
I'm constantly thinking about Skyrim, but I do have smaller hyperfixations, like Transformers was a massive hyperfixation for me for a while. Super Hulock. Like, I watched the new Doctor Who episodes yesterday. Yeah, I watched the new Doctor Who episodes yesterday, and I absolutely love them.
Sorry, I just saw this. Yes, Renee. Veronica Mars.
Yeah.
I was very late getting into that one. I didn't watch that until about 6 years ago. And it was because I was like, I really love Kristen Bell. I want to watch it. And I was like, oh my God. Was it Kirsten Bell? It's Kristen.
It's Kristen.
Yeah.
I think.
But because I get so annoyed when people get my name wrong, I then get annoyed at myself when I get someone with a similar, like Kirsten, Kristen, Christy, Kirsty. I get.
Yeah, Kristen.
Yeah, I was right. So yeah, I went back, and it was about 7 years ago that I watched it, and I was obsessed. And I wish I'd watched it when I was a teenager.
Well, it came out when I was a baby. So
one that has actually stayed with me, and I go back to every couple of years, and I still have plans to write a fan fiction of, was Biker Mice from Mars, which was a cartoon from the 90s. And it was like these big, burly bikers, but they're mice. And they come from Mars, and they end up coming here to take, because like there's an enemy alien that have destroyed Mars, and they've come to Earth to start destroying Earth. So some of the freedom fighters come from Mars to Earth to protect it. And it's just so good. And it's got like 90s rock references, and it's got pop references. And it's like the music they listen to is things like Guns N' Noses stuff. It's so good. Like, if you want a real nostalgic 90s, just adrenaline filled, but still family friendly cartoon, it's so good. And the characters, I think that's where I got my love of trio brotherhood characters, because it's Vinny, Throttle, and Modo, and they are really just like sibling energy, but these three just constantly, but when they fight together, they are a badass unit that cannot be stopped. I think that's maybe why I ended up loving the Greatcoats so much, because it's got that kind of same dynamic. Dean Cassian, Death. Ooh, Death's a good shout.
Death is amazing. Death's like introduction scene,
one of the best ever in any TV show.
Absolutely. It's been trending recently on TikTok, so I've seen it quite a lot recently.
This is me. My you're wielding short hyperfixations, and then once those burn out, I return to my OG all-time obsessions. So for me, Supernatural, Transformers, Tekken,
like fucking
video game series. Like, those are all ones that I have been with me pretty much my whole life, and I go back to.
Yeah.
But they're kind of other things pop up every now and again, like last year with Peacemaker.
Yeah, the first Transformers movie came out when I was 6, and I've loved those movies ever since.
I was sort of 15, 16 when they came out. So obviously it was kind of action, adrenaline junkie, which I loved. Hot girls, which I loved. Hot guys, because I had a crush on Shia LaBeouf back then.
Oh, Shia LaBeouf is...
Not so much nowadays, but back then.
Yeah, back then he's like so hot.
I know, Jonah. I keep saying, right, I'm gonna star. Right. Sad how much I relate to him. I'm sorry that happened, but I kind of feel, I kind of relate similar because of, like, going to the bullies. Fixation chaining. Nice. Yeah, it's a show that really still holds up, I think. Even now, Veronica Mars is still... Other ones, you get things and you go, ooh, or like, oh, that's cringy, but nah, that one.
NCIS and Hamas.
Yes, Jonah is correct. We need to do the 30-minute sprint so we can... I mean, unless I do a super long sprint, we do like a 2.5-hour sprint.
Yeah, because we'll have 5 minutes after this.
Right. Shall we just... Is anyone okay with that? Is everyone... Yes, that is actually a very good thing. But no, I definitely agree with connecting with Veronica Mars because of the bullying and just, trying to find ways to help the underdog and stuff. I love that.
Yeah.
Right. So you're obviously happy to do a super long. Brain, behave. Jonah, yeah, 2.5 2. Okay, right. So I'm going to set this then for not 1 hour. What's 2.5? 180.
2.5 is, yes. No.
I knew that.
No,
I knew
that's
it. I
3.
knew a thing. I can maths. What am I doing? Why am I'm not used to this thing. What? How? Press the button. No. For God's sake, that was far more difficult than it had any.
It's 150, not 180.
No.
180 is 3 hours.
Oh yeah. I can't do maths.
2.5 is 150. I as soon as you said that, I was trying to say no, but then my computer froze. So the entire time I was like, no.
So anyone that is watching and going, wow, how is she a geography teacher that teaches stats? There's a reason I'm no longer a teacher. Just saying. But then I've just, like, you can see I've changed it. Pomodoro. Refresh. There we go. Jesus Christ. In my defense, I'm starting to get very hot, and every second I'm getting hotter and hotter and hotter, so I need to put the fan on. In my defense, my brain is just melting right now.
Yeah.
Shush, everyone. I know I'm stupid, okay? Leave me alone. Wow. I don't like you anymore.
I'm sorry.
Kidding.
I'm sorry.
No, not you. These people. No, it's fine. Anyway, so we will be back circa 6 p.m.
Yeah.
I'll see you all then. Jesus Christ. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome back. Oh my god. I got a 5-star
Oh, nice, nice.
and I cried. Oh, I was. It was so good. I have very much strayed away from YA in the past couple of years, especially like YA romance.
Yeah.
But oh my god, this one, I think I sort of mentioned earlier that the characters, I really was enjoying it because they've been written like young men. I think actually that might have been for a vlog thing I was talking about. But the characters, even though they're 17 and sort of 18, they're not written like a lot of YA tends to be 17, 18-year-olds that act and talk and react like 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
And yet with these, it was like 17, 18-year-olds who acted like young men, acted like adults. There was like, when there was kind of a bit of drama, it was believable and they reacted as I would expect, not perfect, but also not completely like immature 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was so much like Chinese and Singaporean culture in here. We got lots of history, lots of culture, lots of story. The fake dating,
Wait, what's that book called? I Love Fake Dating. It's my
fake
favorite
dates,
thing ever.
fake dates and mooncakes. I mean, look
Oh,
how gorgeous the cover is anyway.
oh, I
And
know.
corgi called Clover. So it's queer, it's a debut novel, it's only 260 pages. It just, but like the story of this one is Dylan and his family, they run a Chinese takeaway.
Yeah.
And his mum died a year ago, or at the start of the year in the book, and they were supposed to enter this mooncake competition together. She died, and then he's persuaded to go for it anyway. And his hope is that by winning it, he can raise the money for his aunt to open her own restaurant. Instead of it being a takeaway, it'll be an actual restaurant.
Yeah.
But at the moment, they're really struggling financially and they have no money. And so basically, enter Theo, who is this super rich, his dad's a Fortune 500 business owner. And Theo basically is like, right, I will give you the money so you don't get evicted, but you need to come to my family's, like a wedding in my family as my fake date, so they don't set me up. Only the fake dating thing, it's so thinly veiled because you can tell they are both just not even trying to pretend it's fake.
Yeah. This
And they're
this is
both
fake
so
dating
into
as
each
well.
other.
This is fake dating as well. I'm loving
And
it.
it's just like they spend most of the book trying to convince themselves that they're fake dating, whereas no one else believes them. Whereas with a lot of fake dating, you can tell like the side characters are very suspicious and they're like, are you sure you're dating? With this one, it's more like they're trying to tell people that it was fake dating. And everyone's like, nah.
Yeah. I think that's why I liked Hopeless by Elsie Silver so much, because that's also fake dating. It's my favorite one in the Chestnut Spring series.
That's Theo, isn't it?
No,
No,
it's Bo.
Bo.
Because no one knows that they were actually fake dating. Everyone thinks they were actually in a relationship, except Theo. Theo knew because it's his best friend, but everyone else has no
It's
idea
like,
that
yeah,
they
that's
weren't dating.
But I wasn't really expecting to finish reading this though. I was just like, because I started a manga that I ended up DNFing. It just wasn't for me. But I'm still counting it towards my 30 and 30. So I'm now only 4 behind.
Yeah.
And then I thought I'll just read a few chapters of this before I move on to Zara. And then next thing I knew, it was an hour and a half later and I'd finished it.
Yeah.
And then I just literally, just before we came on, was updating my journal with yesterday's like medicine tracker and stuff. So how did it go for you?
I read half the book.
So we both read half a book.
Yes, it's 184 pages. It is amazing. They've just left her family's house because she's half Indian. Like
Remind
her
me. Sorry, just remind me of the book again.
is the front runner.
Oh yeah.
This is in the Gold Rush Ranch series, her first series. Like her dad's Punjabi, so she needed a date to her to the like family once a year gathering thing.
Yeah.
And she was already going on 3 fake dates with Stefan. So she was like, "Hey, can we make one of these fake dates my family whatever." I keep forgetting that word.
Reunion.
Yes, family reunion. And he was like, "Okay, okay." And the entire time he was just so sweet and so all over her. And she was like, "Why are you all over me?" And he was like, "This is what boyfriends and girlfriends do."
When in reality, it's like, because it's not fake for me.
Yeah, like literally a week before they were supposed to go, he was like, "Yeah, I. This isn't just a porn. Like, you're not a pawn to get for me to get Gold Rush Ranch. I want you." And she was like, "Oh."
Aww,
Yeah, so
that's so cute.
I'm really liking it. I'm liking Stefan more than I thought I would because in the past 2 books he's been the bad guy.
I feel like that's going to be me with Winter.
Yeah. Oh, I love Rick
Like,
Reckless so
well,
much.
to be fair, she's never really come across to me as the bad guy. It feels more like a victim of circumstance.
Exactly.
So I am interested by her story.
Yeah, you definitely we definitely delve more into it in Reckless.
Yeah, because my worry was also the fact that I know it's her and Theo. And I was like, well, Theo in the first book was only 22. But then when I remembered, it's like, well, actually,
Yeah, he's
there's
26.
been, yeah, because every book we get a gap. Because like in the first
Yeah.
book, it's a year later. In the second book, like there's 9 months or 7
Yeah.
months.
But
So it's
also,
like with the other books, by the time we get to him, he's going to be late 20s and Winter's
yeah,
going to be like mid 30s, I think.
he's 26, she's 28. Yeah.
That means that she was a fully fledged doctor working in a big
No,
hospital on her own with by
no,
the age of 22.
she's still a resident. She's still a resident.
Oh, right. Okay. That
I
it
think
seemed in the first book. So I thought she was like 28 in the first book
no.
because I thought she was older than
I
Summer
think
by quite a bit.
I think she had just gone out of medical school in the first book. But
She's
also,
older than Summer, and Summer was 25 in the
yeah,
first book.
yeah. Um, but I definitely think that with her mum working at the hospital, she got more
Right. Yeah.
more like leeway than the rest of them. But she is still a resident.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as we went into that sprint, it was like obviously everyone was teasing me because my maths was bad.
Yes.
Jonah was then like, when I said it was hot, Jonah was like, "You are indeed very hot," and I was just like, "Thank you." Well,
Yeah, I
I
saw
wasn't. I was
that.
cringing. I was cringing. And then Christine was like, "We love you." And then I turned on the fan that I said I was going to do, and it has a thermostat, and it was like the room was 27, and then it jumped up to 28.
Oh no.
And I was like, no wonder I've been talking to you, slowly getting redder and redder and redder, and like feeling more and more and more not very good. So I turned that on, and as I've just turned it off, because when it's on, it's very loud. And I just turned it off before we came back. And it was like, while it was on, drinking this tea wasn't affecting me. Now it's off, I'm immediately like heating up. But it was down to 23. But my bedroom, because you know, like when you got internal heating, like you get the little thermostat boxes. I put mine up in my bedroom so I can keep track of how hot my bedroom gets, because it's the hottest room in the house by far. It's always 2 to 3 degrees hotter than everywhere else. And I just went up there about half an hour ago just to see, and it was at 26. And I was like, I cannot sleep in a 26-degree bedroom.
No.
So my window's open, the bathroom window's open, the front door's open, hoping to create a draft. And I'm like, if I can't get it down to 21 or lower by 9 o'clock, I'm sleeping downstairs.
Yes, absolutely.
Because that's what I do on the hottest of days. Like the rest of the house will be sort of 19, 20, or even 21, and then my bedroom will be 27.
That sucks.
It's the joys of having a south-facing, tiny little box room that you can't even, like one of the directions of my room, I can do that and touch both walls.
Oh no.
It's tiny. It's like 1.5 by 2 meters size. It's absolutely tiny. Ren was like, how do you function? Which was quite amusing. But it meant that when we decorated it, when Ren was here, it only took us a day.
Yeah. So Ren lives in the UK too?
Huh?
Ren lives in the UK too?
No, they're Australia.
Oh.
But they came over for Christmas for a month.
Oh, okay. Do you know what part of Australia they're from?
I do, but they prefer to not say because of like being online. But they won't mind me messaging you. I'll just say it's Southways, and it's the same place as my sister, which is awesome.
Okay, cool.
All the places, I was amazed. I was like, of all the places in Australia, they're an hour's drive away from my sister.
Wow, yeah. I met someone when I first moved to Scotland. He was Australian, and he was from a place called Clarkson, and I'm from a place called Joondalup, and they are 20 minutes from each other.
It's so freaky. The world is so big, and yet,
yeah. But I'm from Perth, Australia.
Yeah. We're going to be spending time in Perth because a lot of Ren's family, Ren's brother is in Perth, and they were there last week actually, visited.
Oh,
nice. And the brother has offered the week after Christmas. His wife and daughter are off to Japan because his wife's Japanese, and he's got a business trip somewhere. So he's offered for us to fly up and like house sit for the week.
Oh, that's nice.
As you know, because I'm going out in November and I'll be coming back sort of February time.
Yeah.
Hopefully, as long as the visas, from what I understand, as long as I'm not a criminal, I'm basically not going to be rejected for a visa. And apparently it's almost impossible to get rejected for a tourist visa.
Yeah, tourist visa is fine.
Because that's all I'm doing. So I'm just going for like the 90-day tourist.
Yeah, it's if you wanted a work visa, or if you wanted to like an extended visa, there would be more to it.
Like we've been looking into when I go, because eventually I will be going for a spouse visa. Because like Ren can't move over here just yet because they are looking after their dad.
Yeah.
So I've basically said I will emigrate to Australia and we'll do the spouse visa, and where it's like you have to marry within 9 months. I will do that, and then eventually the plan will be to move to Scotland, and that will be our forever home. But that's obviously way in the future. Like we're probably looking at 10 or so years minimum before that happens.
Well, if I'm still here, we're still talking, want to meet up in 10 years?
I plan on coming up to Australia again next year, hopefully. I want to start making it like a yearly thing that I got. I just said Australia, didn't I?
You said Australia.
Yeah, I meant Scotland. I want to start making it yearly.
Next time you go to Scotland, hit me up.
Absolutely will.
Yeah. And we still need to meet up to swap those books.
Yes.
And I don't mind traveling the whole way. I'm going to Leeds next month to meet up with Paula from Family and Books.
I mean, like I said before, I'm up for doing it. It's just, for me, it's going to be a couple more months because I'm in the process of getting my shop up and running, applying for my passport, applying for visas, and applying for uni. It's just going to be a bit manic.
Yeah, I completely understand.
But once we get to like July, August. We're not going into another 2.5 hour sprint. That
No,
is,
fuck
I'm going to
that.
probably do one more 1 hour sprint and then wrap up.
Yeah, that was Jesus. So I got a lot of reading done, but like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's not one that I would do often. Like, I don't mind doing 1.5 hour sprints. They're quite nice.
Yeah, like 90 minutes, but 150. Jesus, fuck.
Yeah. It kind of, I almost forgot that I was streaming and I was like, oh, I might go out for it. Oh, wait, no, I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my breaks at work. Yeah, it's 2 hours in the morning before break one, and then it's 3 hours between break one and break two, and then it's 4 hours after break two till home time.
I'd rather it be
And
the other way around, 4 hours
yeah,
to my first break.
everyone says that. Everyone says that, but for some reason they've given us the shortest
Or why
period
don't they just do
in the
3-3-3? Like, that makes no sense.
I think it's to do with CP2, which is all our priorities and stuff.
Yeah.
Like things that have to be out of the warehouse by 5. So
That's fair, but still weird. Yeah,
yeah.
Jonah is insane at 24 degrees and sitting there in a hoodie.
Yeah, that's my brother.
I mean, I have been known in the past to be that person who it could be 32 degrees out and I'll be sat shivering wearing a hoodie.
Yeah.
But that is more linked to my health problems where I can't regulate, because
Yeah.
the second I'm then in the direct sun or start moving, I will immediately go from hypothermic to passing out from heat stroke.
Yeah.
So it's a very dangerous zone.
Absolutely, but my brother's exactly like that. He's wearing jeans and a jumper up on the farm in the middle of summer in 50-degree heat
Ah, that's ridiculous.
out in the middle of the desert.
Christina left us up on the TV for a bit, and I can see a bit further down she has made it back for the chatty bit. And then has also posted Courtney's new video, so I'm going to check that out in the next sprint. I keep forgetting that I have mods now that can post links and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I have those people now.
Yeah. Well, Christina was the first person I ever made a mod because I know she does the links.
I think Ren was the first. Shocker. Because I didn't used to really do lives until a couple of years ago. So yeah, Ren was like the first mod, and then Jonah very quickly became a mod, I think. Yeah. Right there. Can see it. And now it's just kind of like anytime it's someone who I either consider a friend or I know that they're in the lives enough that if they want to post stuff or if I mention a link, I know that they're going to be there with it. I'm like, yeah, you're a mod. Like Christina,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll give you permission, because I know, because she quite often will post, like if someone else is sprinting, she will post it there and I'll send people over.
Yeah.
Jonah wrote for 20 minutes for a total of 610 words, but other than that, did nothing. In my defense, I'm watching the whatever the heck that is with my favorite team fighting for the trophy. Instinct says that that's not going to be sports and it might be like esports.
I think so. Just
Like,
because of
that's
the
what
E at
my
the
brain
beginning.
is saying. But also, Jonah could just surprise me and be like, oh, yeah, I actually love sport. I doubt it, but he could. Finished my daily pages for today. Not much left in the book. Probably finish it in a day or two. Woohoo! We like that. I did get one bag from the trip unpacked. Maybe was it two? I'm moving so slowly today. That's me. I get home from a trip, my suitcase gets put in a room, and maybe like when I get back from Australia, it's going to be ridiculous because it's probably going to take me like 3 months to unpack.
Yeah. I'm not going back to Australia this year. I'm going to be going back next year, hopefully, during their winter, our summer, because I would not be able to survive the heat again. That's one of the reasons I left.
Yeah. I'm kind of dreading it. At
Yeah.
least down in the south, it doesn't get as hot.
Yeah, but
But
you're going for the whole of summer.
I'm getting double summer this year. I'm
Yeah,
not
you're
happy
getting
about
double
this.
summer. I got double winter,
That's what I want.
when I moved over here, but I moved on the 5th of December, so I still got a couple days of summer and it was I left in
But I'm
30-degree
hoping
weather and I landed in -3.
I'm hoping though that by the way that I'm doing it, I
Mm.
think Ren had that as well when they got here, because they got here December 21st.
Oh,
And I think it was like 33 degrees when they left like their connector in Melbourne. It was 33 degrees. And then when they got here, it was like 45 in the like Middle Eastern airport. And when they got here, it was like 6. And they were like, this is amazing. Like when we first stepped out of the airport, I was like, oh, it's going to be a bit chilly. And they were like, no, this is fine. And then the wind blew and they went, okay, now it's cold.
Yeah.
But they're like me, they absolutely love the cold. So like we both struggled a bit with Edinburgh. It was a bit colder than either of us were really expecting or used
Edinburgh
to.
is
More icy.
It's very cold. It's very icy. When
And
I
you can tell it's because it's so open.
Yeah. When I first got here and I saw the salt on the road, I thought that was all frost because you don't salt the roads in Australia. At
Yeah.
least not in the part of Australia I'm from. So I was like, what the fuck is that? So it took me like a month or two to realize, oh, it's salt.
Yeah, it's grit.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, Ren really liked it, but I'm not looking forward. But I'm hoping that, but because originally I was going at the start of December, then we worked out that price-wise it works out better if I go in November because it's like almost half price. And then one of Ren's nieces has got a dance, like end of year dance recital on the 9th, and she kind of really wants me there. So I was like, okay, well, how about then instead of doing start of December to start of March, we do instead start of November to start of February.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that by getting there at the start of November, maybe I'll adapt a little bit more because I'm not coming in because over here it will still be sort of in the teens. November end of October, beginning of November here, we tend to still we get the occasional sort of days in like the 13, 14. And in Australia, that's when they're kind of starting to pick up, like in their part of Australia, they'll be at about 2021. Yeah. So I'm hoping it'll be a gentler incline.
Yes. Though it is a lot like here where it is just one day it's boiling hot, one day it's freezing cold.
Yeah, it's more consistent.
At least it's not the winter where you get thunderstorms.
I would rather that. I like thunderstorms. Thunderstorms are great, although they're not good for my migraines.
Yeah, well, I do like thunderstorms. I like the calm ones. I don't like the ones that ripped off people's roofs.
No, they're not fun.
Because that happened to many children when I was a kid. Thankfully, it didn't happen to any of us.
But yeah, I also need to, before I go anywhere, I'm going to need to because I am not built for summer. I do not own what I'm wearing today, where I've got a pair of leggings that are like stop at the knee. And I've got this t-shirt. This is about as summery as my clothing gets. I own one pair of shorts.
Yeah, I own one pair of shorts too.
So if I'm going over there, I've said to Ren, like, I really want to try and be more confident with my clothing anyway. But it was one of those things, like growing up, if I wear like even now, if I was to turn up to a family gathering wearing a nice, pretty, floaty dress, I will just get all the comments like, oh, I didn't know you were a girl. Oh, look at that. Kirsty's wearing something feminine. You know, it would be all those. And so it's knocked my confidence, whereas Ren has really helped with my confidence. So I'm basically going to go on Shein and Cider and just buy anything that I see that I think I would wear that or want to wear that. I'm buying it, and I don't care how frilly it is, how floral it is, how girly it is. If I like it and I want it, I'm buying it. And I'm basically going to use that 3 months to kind of just experiment with my clothing. And if I want to wear a floaty floral dress with combat boots, I'm going to.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that combination many times on the streets.
I've seen it. I've tried to wear it, and then I've gotten comments like, oh, look, Kirsty's got legs and things. And it's just, at least with Ren, I know that they're just going to hype me the whole time and help support me. But also, yeah, I'm going to need dresses and floaty things and shorts if I'm going to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't go around wearing pants.
No. I was thinking how fun it would be to have a camper I could drive and take my kiddo around the country, especially when it's cold here, and he could see different things. He goes to school virtually. That would be amazing. If I ever have kids, I want to homeschool them so that I can like do those kind of things and be a lot more free with the things that we teach them, and they're not going to be stuck in a classroom all day. And I'd love to do that, to take my kids and show them all the culture and all of the different things out there.
Yeah, I just do have to say that if you do that, and it's don't be like the camper van life people.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to be a camper van life,
Absolutely
but I would
not.
like the idea of, for 3 months, get a camper van, even if it's
Yeah.
rented, and we just do it, and it's only a
Yeah.
one-off trip.
See, doing a trip every now and then is fine. Don't make it your permanent fucking home.
No, I couldn't. I have too many hobbies.
No.
I have too many books. I couldn't
Did
be
you
away from
see-
my books.
Did you see that one family that had like 12 kids in the one camper van? People, like, some of them slept on the floor while the parents had a massive king size room.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've just seen a pun coming up and it's making me giggle.
Yeah, I
So
saw it.
it is possible, but now I think I may have been in my crazy brain. Well, it's not a crazy brain era, but it'd be cool. Like, you could rent one and go on like a month-long trip or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
The world is a village, indeed.
Just don't live in it, Christina.
So you've got personality. I'm kind of like, I'm impressed, but also for all those people out there with a lisp, I'm so offended. But it's so good. And you just
it's taken all of me not to crack up at it when it came through.
So you got personality.
I got personality. And it's so funny because there's a Perth like 2 hours from me as well.
Yep. I was thinking that there's a Perth in Scotland.
Which was what my Perth was named after.
Yep. I mean, let's rephrase that. Most places that have been renamed by the colonizers in Australia are named after places in the UK.
Yeah.
Let's make that clear, because most of those English names had a name before we took it.
Yeah, I've lost my fucking train of thought, man. Perth suburbs have a mix of names between English and Aboriginal names, like Joondalup, Wollongong.
I love Wollongong. I just love that name, Wollongong.
Yeah.
I think my sister
like, there's just a whole bunch of them. And then there's also Warwick, Stirling, Armadale.
Yeah, it's the same.
All places around here. Is when I first saw fucking Kinross on the side of a bus, was like, huh.
Oh, we took that too.
Yeah, it's like I could see a Kinross from my old workplace.
That's kind of like with a lot of the sort of New England states.
Yeah.
Can't remember what the name. Whatever that area of the United States is, where it's like New Hampshire. That's it. New Hampshire is one of those. That's why my brain was trying to tell me I was wrong.
New Hampshire.
A lot of those places.
New York.
Yeah, most of those are named after places as well. Like New York is literally named after York.
Yeah. It used to be called New Amsterdam.
Hampshire is one of our counties.
Yeah.
And things. So it's like we left our mark. Maybe not in the best way, but we left our mark.
No. And there's a University of Notre Dame in Perth.
Named after France. Named after
the Notre Dame. So whenever I saw that as a kid, I was like, Why is there a French thing here? It's like, no, it's a university down in Fremantle. It's like, it's fine. It's like, okay.
At least it's not like I know I'm jabbing at at Americans here, because it is usually them that's the culprit, where they're like, oh, I went to Notre Dame College.
To be fair,
like,
that is how they pronounce it. That is.
Yeah, but at least the rest, like Australia, pronounce it. Like, when I've met someone who's gone to somewhere like Notre Dame,
Yeah,
I'm aware I'm saying it wrong because I'm not French and I don't do French. But it's like, at least a lot of places do tend to, whereas they sort of say it more phonetically.
Yeah,
And I just find it interesting and funny sometimes.
America does have a university called University of Notre Dame that's pronounced like that. So that's where a lot of them get the
Why give it the name and then don't say the pronunciation? That's what I don't understand.
I have no idea.
Why do you call spaghetti noodles?
I don't know. Noodles for me are 2-minute noodles.
Yeah. We had this discussion earlier. I was like, I don't get it. It's not spaghetti.
Yeah.
I did not actually do much on my computer, but I still have you on my TV, so I could hear in the other room too. Yeah, that sounds like tomorrow's work. Just do the computer stuff tomorrow.
It's Monday tomorrow. It's Sunday.
I thought you meant, I was like, it's Sunday today, right? Yes, it is. I listen to what the host is saying and then find the links while they're talking about things so I can post it for them. That way they can focus on chatting. That's fantastic. Like, honestly, I think most of us would crumble without you.
Yeah.
We'd be like, I've mentioned all these links and there's no links. Ah!
Yeah. It's like, I forget half the time when it's too early for you to be awake. So.
See, I was right. I knew. I was like, Jonah is not a sports person, but Valorant, right? Okay.
That's why I didn't know it, because I don't play Valorant.
See, I'm the same with ice hockey. Like, if ice hockey is on or if there's any figure skating on, I'll watch those. But otherwise, I just do not give any kind of damn about sports, which is hilarious because I used to play hockey at sort of regional level. So it's like, you'd think I would take more of an interest in sports, considering I was quite sportsy growing up. No, it's like, even back then, I was playing for Southeast England under 16s, and yet I hated watching it. I was so bored, and it's like, I didn't even enjoy watching other matches from like people I was playing against at the same tournament. I'd be sat there reading my book. Yeah. Like, call me when I'm next up so I can do the running around bit, but don't bother me if don't tell me to sit and watch it. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I used to rock climb all the time. And then I had a wee little accident. But even back then, I hated watching other people doing it. I would have rather just done it myself.
This one, this face, this one.
Oh?
That was when, like, the one and only time we had any kind of snowfall. There was a 5-minute period at Edinburgh Castle when we got what started off feeling more like hail, and then it became a tiny little flurry. And Ren stood there the whole time and, like, just look how cute that little face is.
The first time I ever saw snow was December 2022 when I first moved here. I was still down in Nottingham because I was down in Nottingham for a month with my nana. And she called out to me. It's like, James, it's snowing. And I ran outside as fast as I can. It was very light. You could barely see it, but it was still snow.
That was Ren. It was like, I don't care, because it didn't even settle or anything. And they were like, I don't care. It's frozen water coming from the sky. I don't care. And I was just like, you're so freaking cute. I'm going to marry you one day. It was basically my thought process watching that. And I was just like, I absolutely adore this human being and I will protect them at all costs. But because I amaze them, because this year we've had down here no snow at all.
Yeah, no snow here either.
Nothing. Whereas last year we had a big dump of it around about mid-March. So obviously I was out in it, like crunching around and showing it. And Ren and like Max, Ren's best friend, is from the outback. And so he's never, like, Ren has at least
full on Logan.
Snow center, full on. So Ren's been to like a couple of snow centers.
Yeah,
so has got an idea of the cold and stuff, but had never seen real snow. And then when they were here, I took them and my nephews, who are obviously also Australian, we went to the snow dome for like the snow play area. And obviously they were enamored, but that was like the actual sort of little flakes coming down, and they were just like,
yeah. Last March was when I first saw snow properly. Like, that was settled on the ground.
yeah,
amazing. It was so great. And then in December, it was like 2-3 days into December, and we had a massive snowstorm come through. And it was just for that one day. I got caught in it in the morning while I was headed to work. But it was just amazing being in it. It's just, I know that when I'm here for long enough, it will become normal. But
yeah,
for
but
now,
for now it's magic.
it's still like, oh my God, this is so cool.
The thing that Ren said that surprised them when they, oh no, that was it. The snow dome was the very first time ever, because they never went to the snow centre. So that was it. That was their very first experience with snow. And they picked it up and they were like, it's like sand, but cold.
Yes.
And they couldn't really get their head around that it was just like cold sand.
Yeah,
and I was weird. Like, I've never considered it like that. I've never thought that. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. It's got that same consistency. Whereas like for me, we don't get snow a lot here. And I am a snow baby. So any time there is snow, I will be out in it. There is like no stopping me from going out.
See, it's funny because we're born on two different sides of the world. We're both Capricorns, both born in January, but you're a winter baby and I'm a summer baby.
I was like, I realized with Ren, I was like, oh my God, you're a winter. Like, yeah, you're a winter baby. Like, we're both winter babies and we both love the cold and snow.
Yeah.
Although I will say, standing on the viewing platform for Godafoss in Iceland in minus 15, like 30 mile an hour winds whipping in your face, not fun.
No.
That was painful because the spray was coming up off the waterfall and it was like spraying into our faces and it was like getting hit by pellets.
Yeah.
We all had like little scratches all over us. And I was like, okay, that was a bit too cold even for me.
Was it a good view anyway?
Oh, it was stunning. I'll send you a couple of the pictures over in a minute.
Thanks. I do want to get to Iceland at some point.
I'm glad I went in winter, but now I'd like to go and see it once, like in summer, so I can have that comparison. Because obviously it's stunning in winter where everything was like snowy, and one of the places we went to is one of the filming locations in Game of Thrones where they're at the wall. So it was where they filmed with all the White Walkers and everything. And obviously it's snowy and we went while it was snowing. So it was literally like walking in their footsteps and it was incredible. But I now want to go and see it when it's all lush green and big open. What do you mean you don't season your roads down under? Shut up, Jonah. With the salting the roads. He's making a pun about, you know.
My screen froze, sorry.
I was like, is he just not reacting or is his screen frozen? I was like, I can't see not laughing at that. And it's frozen again. Your internet's getting ready to crap out, I think.
It's getting ready to crap out.
There are a few sprinting right now, but most of them are on their last sprint. Yeah, I know Chloe is reading. Katie, yeah. I didn't know they were doing that, like on their last sprints. Have you considered swooping season though?
Yeah, you'll be going in right at the end of that.
Oh, that's the magpies, isn't it?
The magpies.
Your
They
evil
have
magpies.
attacked me before.
Whereas our magpies are absolutely lovely. And in fact, there is one in my garden right now getting ready to go and have a drink from the bowl that I've put out for it every day.
Yeah, well, the ones in Australia are fucking vicious.
Our ones are quite nice unless you go for their young and then they'll try and kill you.
They have clawed people's eyes out.
Well, they caused the death of a 3-month-old baby a few years ago.
Yeah.
They swooped down on a woman. She tried to run, tripped over, and she ended up accidentally crushing her baby. Like that made our news. I'm talking about you. Don't need to make a noise. This thing, like, it will fly down. It then comes to like the edge of the grass and just sort of comes hopping along, and then is like, I'm like, oh, okay. And I go out, put the biscuits out, and then it will jump up and go for the biscuits and fly off. Yeah, we've got lots of sprinting going on. Thank you, Christina. I will be your cheerleader. Whoop, whoop. It's like, there's so many videos where I'm like, everyone needs to like watch Jonah's videos because honestly, he's one of the funniest people on BookTube. So it's like, and every single live, I'm like, watch Jonah's videos. Watch Jonah's videos.
I will watch Jonah's videos.
I promise, he's so funny. He's just, and it's like effortless as well. You know, you just get those people that make you laugh all the time, and you know they're not even putting the effort in. Like that's the kind of videos he does.
I wish I was
Square
like
dress I
that.
got for prom, royal blue lace, and I wore it with combat boots. That sounds amazing.
Nice. I wore heels, and then I brought heels to both my formal and my year 12 ball, and I took them off 20 minutes into it and danced barefoot.
I wore flats. Like, and I always pack a pair of flats in my bag when I'm wearing heels because I know I'm not going to last.
I wish I had brought flats, but I didn't because I was an idiot and 16.
I think I've seen that one, the Wife Swap Australia episode where the family free school.
I don't agree with free schooling.
I agree with homeschooling, but free schooling, because that is literally just let the kids run wild, and there's not really, and it's like kids do need some structure and some discipline. And like, even if you're not, like, even if I homeschooled, I would still access the school curriculum and make sure my kids are following it. But it just wouldn't be in the way that they do at school. It would be in a way like if we're learning about the medieval period, we'll go to the museums and learn about it.
Yeah. I love
If we're learning about the War of the Roses, we'll go 20 minutes down the road to Market Bosworth and visit Bosworth Battlefield, because I remember that way more than I remember from textbooks. Plus, if I have any, whether it be me or Ren, who's like, if we end up having children, we probably won't, but if we did, whoever's egg, there is no way in hell that that kid is not going to end up either ADHD, autistic, or some sort of neurospice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So they're going to probably need to be in a slightly more like freeing setting where they can have that freedom. And if they're having a bad day, we can take the day off.
Absolutely. I wish I had that when I was a kid. Because I'm autistic.
See if I can get him on the screen. I can do this without him flying away.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see him. Oh, he's just gone up the garden.
I saw him.
That's my Maggie. That's my guy.
Yeah. But I don't think I'm gonna have kids.
He's like, excuse me, no photos, fly away.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have kids. At this point in my life, it's a no. Because no, fuck that. But if I have kids, they're gonna end up some sort of neurospicy too, because I am autistic. I'm pretty sure I also have ADHD.
Yep.
And it's just,
I've gone through stages where it was like as a teenager and like up until I was 18, it was ew, children. Then I had a miscarriage at 18 and when, oh, I'm really sad about this. And I hate that happened. And then all through my 20s, I really wanted to be a mum. With my ex, I was like, I don't understand. Like, we'd been together for 4.5 years, and I was like, I don't see why. I'm a teacher, you're working in this job, we're earning over 40k between us. I don't see why we can't start trying. And he was a bit flaky about it. But that ended up being a blessing because I would have been stuck with his dead ass for the rest of my life.
Yeah, my sister got pregnant with her ex, and he's a dick, and now they're stuck together forever, and it sucks.
And now it's kind of, I want to be a mom? Absolutely. I would. It's like one of my biggest things that I would love to be. But do I think I would actually cope? And do I feel like I would actually do well and be a good mum? I don't think so. So I'm kind of like, and also, do I actually want a baby? The answer is absolutely hell no, because I can't control their crying or their screaming. And, you know, if I'm having an emotional meltdown, Ren might be having an overwhelmed meltdown, and this kid's screaming, you know, I just worry how that dynamic. And I love the fact that I can just do, if I want to go abroad for 3 months, I can just go.
Yeah.
If I want to, you know, and I don't really know if I want. So I think it's kind of like like my 20s and my early 30s. Yeah, but now I think I've kind of accepted that even though it's something I'll always be sad that I didn't get, I'm kind of almost grateful now, and I have accepted it's probably not going to happen. Yeah. But like I've talked to Ren, and we've sort of said about maybe when we've established and when we've settled into our lives, we're talking about maybe doing fostering and adopting of like, because I've taken in a few people in the past few years where it's like family members have kicked them out because they're trans, or they've not been able to find a place because they're queer, and so we've taken them in. And I would love to do that, just, you know, foster or adopt an older kid that maybe the family, either no one wants them or like they've been kicked out because of who they are, and we'll just be like, well, we're your family now.
Yeah.
So it's like, I might not have any biological children, but I would like a little army of queer kids. That would be great.
Well, I can be one of them.
Yeah. Just be like, right, your kid can throw a punch, mine will throw glitter in your face, and it will prick you and give you lung cancer. So whose kid is the better one? I'm not saying that all queers have a surplus of glitter, but considering I have a pot of glitter right next to me,
I would
I'm
have
just
glitter.
following the stereotype.
I would have glitter, but it gets fucking everywhere, and I'm renting.
Mine's like, it's more like a mica powder, but it's when I do my watercolors, I'll mix it in with the watercolor to give it a shimmer effect. And then with my candles, I've got glitter that I add to the wax melts, because you can't add glitter to candles or you'll burn the house down. What was that noise? Sounded like a cat in the background going, wah!
I think someone shouted. Somewhere. My window's open because it's cold.
I can't remember what joke was that. What joke was that?
I think that was the personality one.
Was it? Oh, yeah.
I have no idea though.
His school is a public school. They have live lessons. There are other kids in it, and hubby works, so we can never stay gone long. But to be able to leave and get a break from the insane, yes, that would be amazing. Just be like, right, anyone out there fancy just taking a family on a trip? Preferably bringing us back in one piece. Oh, cool. I'm probably going to be burnt out by that point, because I mentioned it earlier, but for the first time in forever, I have managed to get myself into a decent sleep schedule. Oh, so nice. By 10 p.m. I will, like yesterday, I stayed up till 11:30 because I was hoping to see the Northern Light thing, because I didn't even know about it the previous day, and I was asleep when it happened.
I found out that like the morning after.
Yeah, same.
You know,
And I was
like,
absolutely gutted.
yeah.
So last night I thought if I stay up till 11:30, 12, maybe I'll catch them. All I got was a very slight reddish tint in the sky last night. And I was just like, that's disappointing. I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
But I stayed up till 11:30 and I thought I was going to die.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, Notre Dame. I did say right.
Yeah.
Cool. The church
is dumb, the school is dame, like lame.
Just even with English, it confuses me when you get a word that's said 2 or 3 different ways and it has different meanings. And I'm like, can we just have a different word for each meaning, please? Rather than confusing.
They're called homonyms.
I hate this. No, it gives 0 F about sports. The only thing I take a slight interest in is feminist side of sports. I love Simone Biles, Venus Williams, but mostly sports are just so boring. Yeah. The only time I get really excited with sports is I will tune into the Olympics, like Olympics years. I'm obsessed.
Oh, yeah, same.
Because it's just, I think, because the whole country is watching and cheering at the same time. And it's like the occasional, like with the World Cup, occasionally growing up, I got excited for it. But any other time, could not give a crap.
Yeah. When is the Olympics this year?
It's not this year, is it?
Yeah, it's 24.
Oh, yeah. God.
It's an Olympic year.
It's because I follow like the Winter Olympics more than I follow the Summer Olympics. So my brain was just like, but it's not until.
To be fair, the last Olympic was only 3 years ago because of COVID.
It's 26th of July it starts. Where even is it this year?
It's in Paris.
Paris. Well, because I'm not going there for the next few months.
I was
going through London.
I was going to go to Paris in the summer because one of my goals when I moved here was to read on a French beach. And I haven't yet, so I'm going to have to wait till next summer.
Another fun one is Celtic, which is a hard K sound. Unless you're talking about the basketball team, then it's an S sound. But Americans pronounce the Celtic people like the team, and it bugs me. Yeah, it's like the Celts and the Celtic people and the Celtic language, but it's like the football team in Scotland is Celtic.
But
so I feel like that's just the Scots being awkward buggers and going, "Hey, we're just gonna like mess everyone up." Watching sports is boring, especially compared to participating in it. True. But yeah, I try to avoid, I wouldn't go to a place if I knew that there was an Olympics, because during 2012, when it was London, I had to go through 3 different times. I had to go through the centre of London because the only way I lived in Canterbury, which was in the like southeast coast.
Yeah.
And I lived at the time in like just outside of London, like to the north of it. So I had to go straight through London to get home because the only way of going around it added about 4 extra hours onto the journey.
Yeah.
And that was absolutely hell during the Olympics. Like, oh my God, never again. I've never heard an American saying Celtic when talking about Celtic stuff. But it's also like when people get Gaelic and Gaelic the wrong way around as well. And they're like, oh, it's Gaelic. And it's like, no, it's Gaelic. It's like, oh, it's Gaelic.
There is a language called Gaelic. It's just not that one.
Yeah. It's like quite often one of them's Irish and one's Scottish.
Yeah.
But it's not always the one you think it is. But it's when you get like ignorant authors who create worlds with characters and say that they are Gaelic when they're not, and they're Gaelic, and then refuse to accept the proper pronunciation and use her bastardized version, not saying any names in particular.
I will. It's Rebecca fucking Yarros.
There's a reason I won't pick those books up. I'm not a fan of dragons. I know. But I've never really understood the hype with dragons. I've never really got it.
Dragons. I love dragons so much.
I've never really understood the hype. Like occasionally I like them, but in general I'm like, if it's got like I'll read a synopsis and I'll be like, that sounds good, and then it'll be like, I'm a dragon shifter, and I'm like, nah, move on. it has to be very specific reason for me to want to read it. But in general, I'm not a big dragon person. I think it also doesn't help that my ex was mad about dragons, and that's kind of also tainted me a little bit, because now I'm like, every time I think of dragons, I think of him. Like, which isn't so bad nowadays, but it's just, I've realized I prefer other mythical creatures far more, and I would rather read a book that's got a mythical creature you don't see a lot than see dragons yet again.
I love dragons.
But no, with Rebecca Yarros, that really angered me, that, you know, not only have you decided to just take the wrong language, but then turn around and say, oh, I know the correct pronunciation, but I don't want to say it that way. It's like, then don't take your references from another language, create your own.
Yeah.
Or say it was inspired by, don't say it is Gaelic when it's not.
It's like Little Thieves.
Her attitude just angered me so badly.
Yeah, like Little Thieves, it's inspired by Germanic lore.
Yes.
Right? So a lot of the names are slightly different and slightly differently pronounced. And it got a couple people mad about it. It's like,
she even says it's inspired by, it's not a direct.
She's outwardly stated that it's inspired by Germanic lore, not that it is Germanic lore.
Like, another one that's a good example, I read Sky in the Deep this week by Adrienne Young, and at first when I was reading it, I was like, these names, even though some of the names like Fisker, I know is a proper Nordic name and it means fish, which is hilarious, because then for the rest of the book, all I could do is call him Fish. But some of the words and some of the terms and things that they were using, you could sort of tell it's a world inspired by, rather than whereas my novels are set in the historic places. I've done years of research on these places. I've got all of the correct names, and I've used names that some people are going to be like, oh, that's not a real name. And I'll be like, it actually is. It's just, I've not gone for the names that you see all over the place. A couple of them, like the main character is Freya, and obviously that is quite a common Nordic name, but a lot of the surrounding characters have got names that you might not have ever heard.
Yeah.
But that's because I've sort of done some research into it, and I really wanted to bring in more like authentic names that aren't the usual sort of 20 that you hear everywhere.
Yeah. And another one that did the same as Little Thieves, Shadow and Bone, that was Russian inspired.
Yeah. Although the only problem I've got with that one is, apart from the names of the places, nothing really kind of gave away that it actually was. And then it wasn't until we got into like Ketterdam where you started to actually get a few more references to go, oh yeah, that now it's kind of obvious that that's where it's from. But I've got no issue with taking inspiration. It's when you say, oh yeah, it is this, and then just go, but I'm going to do what I want with it, not what they tell me. And I'm like,
yeah.
They do it here all the time because they are used to talking about the team. The first time I saw saw snow was coming from Southern California to Northern Michigan in December. My dad put some in my hand, and when I asked him what it was, and dropped it and ran back for the plane. Oh, just being like, what is that? Run.
Come back. Yeah, Christina senses it because she hates snow.
I can smell it in the air. I know when it's coming because it's got the air just takes on a very distinct smell. It's kind of like with thunderstorms and rain. Like right now, I can tell you there is going to be rain in the next 20 minutes here. And I can tell you that because A, the world is starting to smell a bit metallic-y. And B, I'm sat here and all of a sudden I've just gone and every part of me is starting to sweat. And the temperature has just suddenly gone really heavy and dropped. So it's like, yeah, we're going to be getting rain or a storm very soon. Bye birdie. I think you've actually frozen this time. All right, I'm going to keep going because I think James's internet's just gone again. So I'll keep going and then hopefully he'll come back. I've been to Iceland, but I want to go. It is so stunning. It's so beautiful. I love it. Wait, who are you on about? Are you in the Adventure-a-thon Discord by any chance? Who was that? Who was that for? Oh, was that for James, maybe? I have a magpie mafia forcing protection, many from the pigeon pile on the roof opposite my building. They scream a lot, usually in the early morning hours. Owls aren't very noisy unless they come into the garden and the pigeons are in the garden, and then they will scream the pigeons away. And they'll be like, get away from our garden. So, you know, they can be a bit territorial here. Never. I will never stop. I won't stop until you are famous. As your internet immediately just frozen again.
Wi-Fi went wonky.
Yeah. That's why I was like, I'm just going to continue and James will come back when he comes back. Get expand or expand on what they teach in the school. And since he's autistic and he has way more freedom, the brick and mortar schools wanted to put him in special ed classroom, but he is really smart, so that would not have been a good fit. Yeah. I feel that one. And I've experienced that one as a teacher as well. Not having kids, had to babysit my cousins for a week and they were 11 and 15, and no. I also work with kids under the age of 3 enough to know to not want one of my own. See, I really love kids, don't get me wrong, and like it's the most special experience of my life when I babysit my niece and look after my nephews. But yeah, I have now reached that stage where I'm like, do I want to commit to my entire life revolving around my children? That's just yeah, there's stuff going on backstage, so I will just leave that for a second. And yeah, so basically it was just one of those where it's like, you know, I love being around them, I love looking after them, I love them being around, but yeah, I don't know if I want to dedicate my entire life to like the stress and all of that. Hi, switch to your phone, I'm guessing.
No, I've just moved around the room.
Good plan.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's fine. I was just like, I'll just remove him. I could see at the bottom that stuff was going on. I was just like, when I know that he's back, I'll bring it back up. Yeah, if I can't give a kid back after a couple of hours, I don't want it. That is fair. That is valid. Don't want kids. I used to want to, but since my nephews and nieces came, I love them, but I love most the fact that I could stay enough go-to parents. I think that's where at the stage I'm now at. I'm like, I'm 33. Realistically, by the time, like, say, even if Ren and I do get married, settle in together, decide to have kids, I'm going to be at least 35, 36, if not older.
Yeah, my aunt
and we've already said if we have, it will be me that carries and me that has. Because Ren has no interest in that side of things. And I'm like, that's fair, that's valid. I want to be pregnant. I want to experience that. But yeah, I have realized that I like my life as it is. And I think I would end up resenting my child. And I don't want to end up resenting my baby as much as I would love to have one. So I'm happy now to just be like the cool aunt that borrows the kids for a day and then takes them back.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to want kids, and then my nephew was born. I love Levi with all my heart, but that kid is a menace.
I was like, my sister-in-law is currently pregnant with their second, and I'm like, if you think I'm babysitting once there's 2, not a chance, because it'll be a newborn and a 4-year-old.
Yeah, no.
Like, to be fair though, Amelia is fantastic. She is. Like when I look after her, she will tell me her routine and it'll be like 7 p.m. on the dot. And she'll be like, Auntie Kirsty, I need to go to bed. So it's my bedtime. And if it's like, there was one time I wasn't even getting her milk ready until 7:05. And she was like, Auntie Kirsty, you're running late. I was just like, Amelia, shut up. Obviously, I didn't actually do the... But in my head, I was like, shush, I'm doing my best. But yeah, she's so cute, but she is so sassy. Like, oh my God, that is a 13-year-old in a 4-year-old's body. Not even kidding.
Yeah, my nephew's 3 at the moment. He's very chatty.
It was so funny. One of my nephews, he's just turned 9.
Mm.
So when they were here at Christmas, he was like 8.5. And it was so funny because he is nonstop. And it doesn't matter if anyone's in the room or anyone's talking to him. Like, you can get up and walk out and he will just sit there and happily continue chatting away. Does not care if anyone's there or not. He is textbook ADHD.
Yeah.
And I can normally talk a lot, but there was this one day I was just sat there and Ren looked over and I was just like, because he just hadn't stopped in 2 hours. The next day when we met up for the restaurant and we went out for a meal, Ren sat next to him. And within an hour, Ren looked at me and was like, how do I make him stop? I was like, I don't know. Feed him. Shove a chip in his mouth. Like, here's some garlic bread. Shut. And he still was like eating. And I was like, Reese, stop. Like, for the love of all that is holy, stop before I throw you in a lake.
Just shut up for a second.
And I was like, and Michelle, my sister, looked at me and she was just like, yeah, now you know what it was like growing up with you. And I was like, I was not that bad. Apparently I was. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. Apparently he's like a mixture of, it's quite funny because my nephews are a mixture of me and my brother. Like they're well, certainly one of them is definitely more me. Like the older one, he's a lot more he's more sensitive. He likes to sort of journal. He's a big bookworm. He's come to me a couple of times and been like, if I have questions about, like, if I think I might be gay or something like that, can I come to you? And I was like, my time has come. Like, you know, I was just like, I've always wanted to be, like, it sounds so silly, but my only sort of wish in life is that I'm the aunt or the, like, you know, relative that my nieces and nephews can come to for those kind of things. And like, if they ever feel that there's something they can't talk to their parents about, I want them to know that they can come to me. And so that was like the first time that an interaction like that had happened. And I was just like, I did it. I am their safe space. Oh my God. And I just had like I was like, don't just grab him and hug him because he will not understand why his aunt is suddenly smothering him with her gigantic boobs. And he's like a 12-year-old going, I can't breathe. He just would not have got it. But I was just like, I love you so much. But, you know, I've forgotten my tangent anyway, but yeah, he just would not stop. And I was just like, where is the off switch with this child? The trick is throw a football out the door and he will go chasing after it. And he'll just spend the next 2 hours playing football. And then you're exhausted for an entirely different reason. But at least he's just
not talking.
He just wakes up and that's it. Switch on and does not switch off until he passes out. I love him, but oh my God. But I've promised, well, they don't know that I'm coming. And when because I haven't told my sister yet either. We're not going to say until I've been approved for the visa and we know it's happening.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to say to my sister, like, please don't tell the boys because I want to sort of just turn up and be like, hey guys, how you doing? How's it going? And then, like I've said, while I'm there, we're just going to try and steal them because it'll be during their summer holidays.
Yeah.
But it's like, I want to steal them and take them away as much as possible. Like maybe even do a couple of overnight trips.
Yeah. Well, summer holidays are end of December till beginning / end of January, beginning of February, depending on where it is.
Yeah, so it's like, well, that's my birthday month and everything. So like we're going to Kangaroo Island for a few days for my birthday. And we're also going to a book convention on the 18th.
Which one?
A Romantic Affair. It's in Adelaide.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So we'll be going to that, and then we've got Sash from Sash Reads is going to be staying with us, and hopefully Merb from Reading with Merb is also going to fly up from Tassie and stay with us.
Oh, he's a Tassie.
Yeah, we got a couple of Tassies in the booktube. It's so weird how I've ended up like most of my booktube community is Aussie. And then my partner is now Australian, and I'm like, I've never once in my life been interested in Australia. Like, no offense to you guys, but it's just never been somewhere I've wanted to visit. And now I'm looking at bloody emigrating.
Yeah.
What is life? I do want to be a pet owner, though. I know I'm good at that, and once I have the space and resources, I'm getting some. Absolutely. Fur babies and plant babies.
I want a turtle.
I want another bearded dragon. Hey, you know, I just said about the weather. I just heard a grumble.
Yeah.
I was right. I've just heard a rumbly grumbly in the sky. Yeah, my fur baby is currently asleep on my clothes. Again.
Yeah, they do that.
It's my fault. I put some stuff on the floor and she just kind of, every now and again, she just finds a new bed. So the current one is just there.
Oh,
Right back.
adorable.
Wait. No, she's being ignorant. You say hi to James and to everybody on the internet.
Hi. Hello.
She's like, you just woke me up, you bitch.
I love tuxedo cats.
Yeah, she's a good one, but we're kind of like she's at that age and at that stage where we're just kind of enjoying every day that we can with her because we don't know how many more we're going to have. And she's been to the vet a couple of times with things. She's currently on a dose of steroids at the minute because of various problems. So it's like, oh my God.
How old is she?
15.
Yeah, my mum had 2 dogs. They both reached 16.
That's impressive.
Yeah, and they're Lapsaps across Australian Terriers. So these tiny little things. Is it raining?
No, it's just the grumbles are getting a bit grumblier.
Yeah, and the species, like the expectation for both species was 10 years. So the fact that we got 16 years is insane.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just brought up the lightning map and
there's a lightning map?
Yeah, if you type in lightningmaps or one word .org, it gives you real time. It shows like globally real time lightning strikes.
Lightningmaps.org.
Yep.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
I can see. Yeah. It's an activity that when I was teaching sort of like the 11, 12-year-olds, it was like a thing for a week where it was like over the course of a week, they had to spend at least 1 hour mapping, like putting a pin on a map every time they see a strike and count how many strikes there were in that, like, say 5 minutes that they read it. We're watching the map, and it was like really interesting for them to like over a week track where all the lightning was. And then we had a discussion about, well, why do you think that in that week Australia had 0 lightning while New Zealand had loads? Or why do you think that India, like the northern part, had none and the southern part had loads? Which led to talking about the different air systems and different like terrain. And it was just a fun lesson that I just came up with one day based around that website. And my mentor was like, I'm stealing that. I'm going to use that and I'm adding it to my roster. And I was like, yeah, you can, but you got to pay me.
Yeah, so where are you?
I'm basically Birmingham. So
Birmingham.
Like, I'm just to the north of Birmingham in a place called Tamworth. At the minute, we've not got, but to the west of us in Wolverhampton, they have.
Yeah, I can see
So,
that.
and
Lightning.
Stafford's just been hit, so it's coming our way. It's moving eastward. So
Yeah,
I was right.
This
I
is
could
so
feel
cool.
I just love watching it. Sometimes I will just sit there and just have it on like the global view and just watch the world go by. Gotta go consume dinner now. See you in a bit. Like I said, he's probably gone, but we'll do one more sprint and then
He's
we will.
back.
Oh, yeah, that's how we've done it again, where we're just talking. July in Paris, yeah. Gaelic is pronounced differently in English, Scottish, and Irish. Yeah, Gaelic, Gaelic, Gaelic. Yeah, it's yeah. Human barometer, yeah. Frozen in thought.
That was what I. Thank you.
Yeah,
I have
it's
so
cool.
many. I have more.
I love how your books are just like piles.
Yeah. Well, this bitch has more in it. It is completely full. But those piles behind the computer are for a video I'm planning.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've got like my TBR shelf, like bookcase, and then in front of it, I've got the overspill. And I think I was saying earlier about Read It or Reap with Becca in the books, where she's doing kind of a similar project. So I'm doing a similar thing where I'm just trying to read through the piles. Otherwise, they got to go.
Yeah.
I miss when my kids were little, but now I can borrow other people's littles and give them back. Nice. We have a turtle. My sister-in-law has a turtle as well. And when Ren was here, because obviously in Australia, you're not allowed to keep reptiles as pets without very specific licenses that are almost impossible
you
to
need
get.
reptile licenses to keep reptiles.
Whereas over here, you can pretty much have any reptile. And I've had a bearded dragon, I've had a snake.
Yeah, because I wanted reptiles when I was younger. Parents wouldn't let us. And then Mum kept the school frogs over all the school holidays. So we would have frogs, and I loved them. I was like, can we keep them? I was like, when they go back to school, can we get our own frogs? And like, no, we need a special license to keep them full time. I was like, oh. And it costs a lot. Costs a lot. Like my cousin has a whole bunch of reptiles and snakes and shit, but she's out in the country, so it doesn't really matter for her to have the license.
Yeah.
Because she's got friends that are breeders and shit, so she gets them through them.
Ah, that's fair. I'm trying to find the photo that I took of Ren when they first got here. Because, yeah, my brother was like, oh, do you want to meet our turtle? Or tortoise, sorry. And Ren was like, absolutely. And then my brother just picked him up and gave him to Ren. And Ren was like, oh, what do?
Yeah, but while you're in Perth, you should go to the Perth Zoo.
See, there's two people that said that. Ren, because that's where Ren went last week. But I'm very anti-zoo, which is hilarious considering I'm a conservation biologist and I did ecology. You would think that I'd be very pro-zoo, but I generally am very anti-zoo. So unless they've got the most incredible enclosures that are very like enriching and suitable, I tend to go near zoos.
I think they are. I've been like hundreds of times to that zoo. It's like they've recently redone the lions enclosures to make them better and bigger. And they've rescued sun bears from traffickers and poachers. So there's two of them, but yeah, all of the enclosures are different and shit. Definitely look into them.
That's what I was going to do.
I do think that the Perth Zoo has done quite a lot to help the animals they have, because they do take in a lot of rescues.
Ren won't mind me showing it.
It's
Like Ren and Toby.
And also the giant tortoises there are like so amazing.
And then like that was Ren's reaction the first time my cat stood on them and got on their lap. Just like, oh my God, I've been blessed. Like, I love that photo.
Oh, adorable.
But yeah. And then the cat was looking at me like, ha ha, you're not worthy of me anymore. But yeah, it is something I will look up, because obviously I'm very pro conservation programs that a lot of zoos do, and I'm very pro rescue, but I'm not really a fan of long-term like breeding and then raising the animal in captivity. I'm kind of like, what is the point?
Yeah, I don't think Perth Zoo breeds.
Right.
Yeah. They've taken a lot of rescues. Last year they got rid of the elephants. They sent the elephants into over east into like wildlife parks and shit, so that they've actually with more of their kind and can roam around freely.
Yeah.
But they would take the elephants out on elephant walks, and it was cool.
Oh yeah, I've seen that in zoos.
Yeah.
We've got a really good zoo here called Whipsnade Zoo, and that's really like world renowned for things. Oh, reptiles, turtles, snakes, scaly babies, all pets are babies, birds are feather babies,
Scale babies.
fur babies, floofies, all sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Books everywhere, always. If you're not, can you call yourself a bookish person if you don't have books everywhere all the time? Nice. I've got a book cart, but it's now being used next to me for all my stationery and art supplies.
See, most of my books are unread, so it would be read books going on the book cart.
I've got like a bookcase upstairs, which is my unread, and then I've got the set that Ren bought me. Like, I don't know if you've seen them in my videos and stuff, but I've got those bookshelves
Oh, nice.
that Ren bought me for Christmas. No, they were my birthday present. But it's still very limited space compared to the amount of books that I eventually will put on there. So it's kind of, I'm having to be very stringent with which ones I'm going to keep. And then ones that I don't want to display either get unhauled, or I'm going to start storing them in boxes for when I can eventually. Like Ren's got a new place and their bookshelves are just, they've got like 6 full-size bookshelves, and they are full. And I'm just like, I hate you so much.
Well,
I would love that.
have 453 unread books / books I plan to reread.
I think I've got about 180, but that's because I've been very strict.
Yeah.
And it's like I will only buy books I know I want. Whereas a couple of years ago, I went through a phase of buying any and every book I could. And then I did a big unhaul about 2 years ago of about 150 books, where I was like, I just bought these because they were there rather than because I actually want to read them.
Yeah, that was me when I was on a book buying ban until I found a place. My first place in Granton, which is down in the city of Edinburgh. And I just bought every book I could, because I hadn't bought books in like 7 months at that point. And I was like, I need books. I need books right now. And
I was kind of like, we weren't shopping in Edinburgh. It was just buy all the books.
Yeah. And did you go to the Waterstones on Princess Street? Because that's my go-to bookshop. I love the cafe at the top, because you can, when you sit in a specific spot, you can see into the the castle from the door, from the window. Is it raining?
Did you not just hear that?
No, I didn't.
You don't need to growl. Oh God.
Thunder.
2 seconds. Keep talking. Hey.
Yeah, so I do currently only have like £15 in my bank account, but when I get paid next week, I will be going back to the Waterstones. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still here. It's just she That was a massive thing of thunder that just suddenly came out of nowhere, and she's just gone running off, yet meowing and growling.
Yeah, well, I have hearing problems, so I didn't, but someone in chat did.
It was just like, oh, I told you, didn't I? 20 minutes, and it's gone very stifling now. It's like struggling to breathe.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the rain. Here it is.
I think that was bang on 20 minutes.
Yeah. But if I move the thing forward a bit, you'll probably hear more. I love thunderstorms. I'm obsessed. I love them. As soon as there's one, I'm like...
You get a lot in Australia.
Well, it's because it's got that perfect system of like air, the cool air from the ocean and the hot air, and it's just the perfect system for it. Anyway, let's get through these comments so we can get to reading. Will you just go and get into shelter? Dumb bird.
Did your cat go outside?
No, the magpie's back. You will have no food tomorrow. I think it's just like trying to grab the last bits of food before it properly comes down. Our place is too small for a pet, but I'm my aunt's dog walker, so her doggo is just as much my doggo. He listens to me more than to his dad at this point. Dominance. I live on the 4th floor, so don't really feel like pets would work. That is very valid, very fair.
Oh, yeah, I forgot the 4 piles that are just sitting behind me.
Nice. What I love, though, is the fact you've got all of those books, and yet when I went through to find one that we both had to do a buddy read, it was like one.
Yeah.
That either I already owned or hadn't yet already read.
And which one was it?
Oh, it's that beautiful smell though now where it's been hot all day and now the rain's coming down onto the hot pavement.
Petrichor.
Like, oh.
I mean, I have more books now and I've unhauled a lot of them as well. It was Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow. I've still got that and I still haven't read it.
Yeah, that was the one that we agreed on doing a buddy read, but I'm reluctant to at the minute because I know there's been some stuff with the author going on behind the scenes.
I've read a lot.
I kind of want to hold off on that. We'll find another one at some point.
We'll find another one. I've got a lot of, I've got more books. I can reshare them. I can reshare the spreadsheet.
I've got a spring book haul coming up, so that's my newest books. That's coming out next week.
Ooh, nice.
We have an animal shelter close by that has a tiger enclosure because we had a raid in a traveling circus once and they didn't know where to put the tiger. That cage was better than the one in the closest zoo, which has 2 tigers in that enclosure. They now use that space to let the doggos run for a bit because it's so big. I thought for a minute you meant animal shelter, like as in the doggos ran in with the tigers. It's like, oh,
I heard that.
That was 2 seconds after the flash of lightning, and now my internet's going a bit dodgy. So I have a horrible feeling we might not be able to. I don't know. I'm just sort of wondering if maybe we should end here. Like, this might have to be the final chat, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I know we said we would do another sprint, but with that, how quickly this is coming in and how loud it already is, and the fact that my internet is now, I can see my finger is.
Yeah.
It's like,
Plus, I probably shouldn't because I've got work in the morning.
Yes. Ren has very sexy bookshelves to go with the person. They have to have amazing bookshelves because they are amazing and they deserve nothing less.
Absolutely. Hype up your partner.
So annoyed that they're asleep and missing this right now.
Yeah.
I'll be like, you have to watch it back.
Yeah,
have around 100 physical unread and 350 unread ebooks. I think I'm. See, I have about 100 to 150 physical. I am planning on doing like a physical book tour soon, like updating what I have on my physical unread, and then ebooks I'm probably at about 240.
Yeah. I read slow with ebooks, and I prefer the physical feel of a physical book.
It just depends for me, because it's like I love the physical book, but ebooks I read at almost double the speed that I read. Like I read Gold by Raven Kennedy, no, Glow, like 650-page book. I read it in about 6 hours flat, or 5 hours flat. So ebooks I can read super fast. And then audiobooks I love for when I'm video gaming or when I'm doing puzzles in bed at night. So each format has a different sort of thing for me. But then there are some days where I can't, like with my migraines, I can still read on a screen. But if I try to pick up a physical book and read that on the paper, I will throw up. Whereas I know other people are the other way around. If they try to read a screen with a migraine, then it will make them not great. Whereas physical books, they're okay. 300-ish, so fund someone who has more than me. It's working at a bookstore, store credit, yeah.
I work at Amazon. I get 10% off.
That is very heavy rain.
I can hear that.
I mean, it helps at the back. There's your flash. Nice, right on top of us.
We once had a lightning strike hit our backyard.
Oh, I had it once. We had the window in my mum's room. I had the window open. And I was like leaning, watching, and the strike hit the closed part of the window on the windowsill. And I just was like, okay, we're just going to shut that again. And we're not going to go back out. And it was like, yeah, I should probably like not. Yeah, the sky's kind of gone like a purpley color as well, which is quite cool.
Mm.
I heard it too, and my cat has now. Ooh. Yeah. My charger was in the doorway.
Oh no! Oh no!
Plugged in.
Oh no!
No, it's not plugged in right now. It's all good. We're good. But yeah, it was on the floor, and I didn't realize the rain was blowing inwards, and it's now a bit soaked. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Fine, guys. We're all good.
We're all good. Well, you're all good. I'm somewhere else. I'm fine.
To be fair, I love thunderstorms, though. They're just fun. What I'm going to do, though, because it's too hot to keep the door shut. It's not off, you bastard. All right.
Yeah.
I am probably, as soon as we're done here, though, I will probably now have to go upstairs and comfort the cat, because she's probably now on the landing just in front of my bedroom, with my bedroom window wide open with the rain blowing in the direction of it. I should probably go shut my window. It's all good. Margaret is sprinting. Ooh, cool. Good to know. Yeah, petrichor. It is a great smell. Like there's a company that have made a candle that smells like that smell, and they've actually trademarked it so no one else can use it. It's like, what? All roundabout.
Do they have a word for defenestration?
Probably.
The act of throwing someone out a window. It's great.
Yeah. We when I was doing German at school, our German teacher was like, oh, they don't have a word for roundabout in Germany because roundabouts aren't really a thing. And I don't know if you've ever been to Milton Keynes before, but it's a city built with roundabouts. There's something like 30 roundabouts in this city, and it is a nightmare to navigate. And one of my mates was like, so what would happen if you stick a German in, like, what would they do if they went to Milton Keynes? And she was like, they would cry. Like, that's fair. Ghost finger.
Now my internet's fine when yours shits out.
I mean, it hasn't gone yet, but it's at risk of. Thank you for being here. I don't sprint very often anymore, but when I do, as you can see, I go sort of until I drop.
I didn't know you were sprinting today, otherwise I would have been in earlier.
Yeah, I didn't know I was sprinting today. I decided half an hour before I went live.
Yeah.
But that's generally what happens with me. I just go, I feel like sprinting today. Let's go. Clip which bit? Which bit are we clipping?
What are we clipping?
Yes. Always love fangirling over stuff. Prefer physical because if I can't see the progress I'm making in a book, I lose interest so fast, and a little percentage counter doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I love.
See, I don't like physical for that reason. Like I
love being able to see how far into a book I am.
If I'm this far into a book and I feel like I've read it for 5 hours and I'm only this far in and I still have this to go, I'm gonna scream. But this one wasn't a problem because it was literally every 20 minutes. I was like, oh, I'm this far in. 20 minutes later, oh, I'm this far in. An hour later, oh, I'm this far in. It literally, I just read this in.
Oh yeah, I read most of these in one sitting.
I read this one in, I think, 2 or 3 sittings, but only because I started it on the Monday night thinking I was going to read it in a day, and then I got a migraine that took me out for 3 days, so it took me a few days to get back in. But now I am making a candle series based on this series.
Yeah, and
so
yes, please let me know when you're done with them because I would like some.
Well, thanks to a very lovely person on Discord, they've messaged me with all the different scents from all of the books, so I now don't have to wait until I've read them all. So hopefully by the end of this month they will go live.
Awesome.
Did you see Did you see the labels that I put on the Discord?
I did not. Which Discord is this? Where's my phone?
The Chestnut Springs along.
Oh, I'm not in that one.
Ah, then you won't see them, but I'll show you here. Like, this is one of the labels that I've come up with. Like, you can't read it because it's backwards, but it just shows the design.
No, because StreamYard flips it.
Ah. And then Heartless. Like, I love how the designs came out with these. So, yeah. I like the blues.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't read some of them in one sitting was because I was reading them at work. And I only have an hour of breaks.
Yeah.
And a 10.5 hour day.
I tried audiobooks like when I was cleaning and tidying, but I just found that because I was focusing on the tidying and where things go, I wasn't focusing on the audiobook. And it's like, I know there are some people who can like go out for walks, they can go driving, they can tidy, they can, do all sorts of things while listening. Whereas I find that my mind almost has to not be focused on the other thing, but I can't just sit and do nothing while audiobooking. So it's like, I'll be coloring, painting, doing video games, but on bits where I'm exploring or doing puzzles.
Yeah. My mind just
hit the center.
My mind just
does
not want to focus on audiobooks.
I'm like a meerkat. It's just like, whoa, lightning. There's a reason why, like whenever I've done stories where it's, like when I did an X-Men story and when I thought about My Hero Academia, what my character would be, and when I was...
I heard that. Your face right there.
I turn into it. I get so charged. I know it's ironic because it's some
if
people...
If this was Percy Jackson, you would be a child of Zeus. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But it's like every fanfic where my character has superpowers, it's always to do with controlling lightning and thunder and being like storms. And yeah, like Storm is one of my favorite X-Men, and it's just, I thought about a My Hero Academia story where she's the child of All Might, and it's like the idea was that her power is to harness electricity and harness lightning, and so she ends up working with people like Kaminari with his and helps him, but she also ends up teaming up with Bakugo and like finds a way that she can infuse. I don't know if are you a My Hero Academia person? There's one guy, he can basically create, his sweat explodes and he can make explosions, and she like infuses the explosions with her lightning, so they're like double explodey.
That's so cool.
And it's like she can also use her lightning to like create a wall and like a shield. Whoa.
Maybe you need to close the door.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show you guys, and then I promise we will head off soon.
Whoa.
Like, that's just drowned my garden in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
The magpie has now gone. There we go, quieten it a little bit, because I imagine that's quite loud. But yeah, every character I've had. The only other superpower I thought about was the ability to repair and re-break things. So, for example, I wrote an X-Man story when I was younger, and she was a healer, and she, like, you know, someone comes to her with a broken leg, say, and her vision, she could just look and see the breaks, or like an object that's been glued back together, she could still see all the cracks. And then she realized that she could turn her power offensive one day when someone came at her to attack her and was going to kill her, and she saw like where they'd broken their leg really badly, and so she managed to re-break it while they were running at her, and the guy like crumpled to the ground. And I was like, that would be kind of a pretty awesome power as well, where it's like you can, you know, if there's you want someone to believe there's ghosts or something, you can just find a vase that's been broken in the past and just like with your power just re-smash it.
That's so cool.
Bloom.
Yeah, I get 10% off at work, so it's kind of.
Cuba gets pretty awesome thunderstorms from what I've heard. I mean, I do now have a towel on the floor that is now wet.
Yeah, so you should.
But it's too hot to shut the window, to shut the door. Well, maybe the part of Germany she was from didn't, or something, because she was like, there isn't a word. That's fair. I probably won't do any more reading or sprinting tonight. I'm just going to disappear off.
Yeah, I'm going to
Italian roundabouts are madness. We Germans make them efficiently, and they mostly work as long as none of the truck drivers get lost. Yeah. Yeah. Like a lot of our roundabouts are pretty huge and chaotic.
Yeah, I really want to go to Rome.
The question was for you, was asking, are you on the Adventure-a-thon Discord, which is my readathon?
No, I am not.
But I know we're still quite new to each other, so you're probably not even aware of Adventure-a-thon.
I don't know what that is.
So it's an D&D inspired readathon where you get to, in the first 2 rounds we did last year, you got to create a character. And then in the first round this year, it was taking that character on their first adventure. And it was sort of, you joined the Adventures Guild. And then as you did each prompt, at the end, there was like a scenario that was written out by me, Ren, and Jonah. And it was sort of like, you know, one of them was the Elder Glade. And it was, you come to this wood and this tree stands out. How does your character react? 1, A, B, C, D. And then when you got to the very final, you counted up how many you had, and that determines which pathway you go down, ready for the next round. But yesterday I released a video because I've just announced a mini round that's happening June, July, August. So if you go on there, it's got all the links to like the playlist and the Discord and everything. So if you feel like joining in and want to join for the next adventure, then you've got June, July, and August where you can go back and do the characters, do your first adventure, and find out what's going on.
That sounds amazing. But I'm absolutely joining.
There's like 3 things I've said that I'm going to send you, and now I can't remember any of them.
This is why we need Christina.
It was Adventure-a-thon. It was Iceland pictures.
Yep.
And what was the other thing that I said I would send you?
I don't remember.
It was like ages ago. It's fine. But those are the two.
Well, Words with the Void.
Jonah.
Jonah is pulling up the Discord link as we speak.
Yeah.
I need
a gender Adoria. Now get ready for Thunder Euphoria. It genuinely is like thunder and snow. I turn into like a little kid, and I'm just like, yee!
Am I not subscribed to you? How dare I? No, here I am. I am subscribed.
Right.
It wasn't in my.
Nah, goodbye.
No, it was. I can't pull up Discords on my laptop. It never works, so I had to find the video on my phone. It was like it wouldn't come up under subscriptions, but I got it now.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Like Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and there's like another D&D spell that I love where it's like phantom image. Like Jonah, you'll know, you're better at this than me, but it implants a sphere into somebody, and it's really manipulative. There's probably some deep psychoanalysis we could do on the whole superpower thing, but I refuse to be hurt like that. Yeah, let's just not. Yes. Yeah, the micro round is literally just one reading and one non-reading prompt. Okay. So it's like, and one of them I was really happy with because I'm trying to come up with things that I've not yet done. Because by this point I've done well over 100 prompts for this for these readathons. And it's getting difficult to think of new ones. But one of them that I've done is for one of the prompts, the roots, it's very sort of historical based and battles and like fighting and bloody battles. So I've said you have to listen to a Sabaton song because where Sabaton, most of their music comes from, battle. So, Shiriyama is based off the Battle of Shiriyama.
Yeah.
So I said, listen to their music and then pick one of the songs and go and research the war or the battle. And I just thought it's a bit of a unique one to do.
I love that.
Plus, it gets more people to listen to Sabaton.
Yes.
Cool. So
I listened to a couple of their songs, but I do really like them.
Everyone come into my defense. Bye.
I was subbed. It just would not bring up your live. I had to physically scroll through my subscribed list.
I believe you. I believe you.
Okay, no, you want to see me? You want where the fuck?
No, I believe you.
Okay, it says right there that I am subscribed. The fucking bell symbol right there. That means I'm subscribed.
Also, guys, if you're not yet subscribed to James, as I'm talking right now, I am adding him into the description. So please also check him out. Where am I? My channel.
Oh, during this send a friend request.
No, vomit. How sweet, vomit.
I know. Yes.
It's so weird because it's like I don't even remember how Jonah and I know we met over on Twitter, but I don't really remember like how we came to become friends. But now it's just kind of like I consider him one of my good friends, and I'm just like, who is this rando that appeared in my life and now I can't imagine a life without?
Yeah.
So
well, I mean, we're friends due to YouTube.
Oh, 90% of my partner is because of YouTube.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
a random live that they joined someone on. They joined Meredith's live. They mentioned My Hero Academia. I said, I have a TBR game based off My Hero Academia, and that was it. We have spoken every single day from that day since, and that was over a year ago, like a year and a half ago now.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Round of Madness Cause Fear was the one I was thinking of.
I didn't imagine that you and Ren met the normal way, considering you're.
We could have done. I could have gone over to.
And they're in Australia, and you've never been to Australia before.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. You have told me.
Oh, that was it. I was going to tell you where in Ren yes. Australia is. also known as Where in Australia Ren is.
Also, I think we've been talking for over an hour.
Yeah, we have. Question about the Sabaton thing.
Mm-hmm.
No. Find another one. Like I said, there's Shirayama, there's...
Do a non-World War II one.
Yeah, they've done a few non-World War II ones. So I challenge you to go into hard mode and find one that's not a World War II one.
I'm not the biggest fan of World War II history just because it was very much shoved down your throat in high school.
Yep.
But I do really like ancient and medieval history. That's what I want to study when I'm eventually in university. I'm waiting for the 3-year thing to kick in before I go, because otherwise I'm paying an exorbitant amount.
Yeah. Yes. See, Christina's on it.
Thank you, Christina.
I mean, Corollas Rex is one of my favorites in the entire, like, in their entire catalogue. That is one of my favorites. Ta-da! Right on cue, James freezes. I love how I'm the one with the thunderstorm and the dodgy is screwed up weather, and James is the one that's disappeared again. Come back, thunderstorm. Dude, that 4 rumbles of thunder is not good enough. Just saying. Of course, James's internet couldn't have lasted 2. Oh.
I can hear you again.
I can hear you. There we go. And you're back. I just said that to the thunderstorm and the rain just started to intensify, so it hurt me. Yes, I agree. Right, we are now finally at the bottom of the comments. So if you are mid-typing of a comment, don't. I'm kidding. We love you lots. But thank you to everyone that tuned in. Thank you so much to James for joining and, you know,
thank you for
being awesome. And admittedly, it meant that our chats ended up going from 20 minutes to an hour.
Sorry about that.
But it's fine. Jonah. Oh my fucking I've seen that as well. Seen it in the movie. Is that all you got? Wasn't that Thor?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
My leg's dead.
Bye, James. Well, on that note, James's foot is going to say goodbye.
Bye.
Jonah, I will take away your privileges.
I get delusional this time of night, so
I don't really get delusional, but I can feel like my energy levels are slowly dropping, and usually that means my temper's going to start going with myself, and I get really annoyed at everything. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to go check on the cat, check on my bedroom, make sure it's not just flooded, and then probably do either a bit more reading, or because I've just finished the last Transformers movie, I'll probably go back and restart again. Or maybe I'll read some fan fiction. Yeah, I think that's going to be my night. Read fan fiction.
We need to watch the Transformers movies together. Okay. Yes. I stream every Thursday morning.
I was going to say, is there anything that you would like to promote before we head off?
I stream every Thursday morning at 10 a.m. BST, I believe we're in. GMT +1 / 5 a.m. EST.
/ 11 a.m. German time.
Yes.
I don't know what the actual time zone is. See? European, Central, whatever.
I think it's just GMT +1, +2.
No, +1. They're an hour ahead.
Yeah, but we're currently in +1.
They're still only an hour ahead.
It's too late to be confused.
Jonah, is it currently 10 to 9 for you? Like 8:52 p.m. Yeah.
Okay, it is.
Because when our time zone goes forward, so does theirs. So they're still only an hour ahead. It's not the weird ass bullshit that is Australia, where it goes from being 10 hours to 8.5.
Yeah.
The 1.5 time zone is weird. There's a little 45-minute time zone in the corner of Western Australia, but Western Australia doesn't have daylight savings, so it's still a very new concept for me.
That's fair. Anyway, we are going to head off, so make sure to check in, like, sub to James if you're not already. I think most people here are, and now the one that wasn't is. Make sure you tune in to his sprints on Thursdays. And James, make sure you check out Adventure-a-thon.
I will. I'll be going through this.
I'll put you down if you don't. And yeah, thank you for tuning in, everyone, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye. 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 Bye.